This is a day unlike any other in history, to pay tribute to those defending our freedom and those that already have. From the proud that wave the flag to the brave that protect the flag, NASCAR plays today to help us briefly forget, but ensuring we will always remember. So to those at Ground Zero, to all our American heroes, every day we salute you, not just with our hands, but with our hearts. Thank you for protecting the homestead.
Only in America, dreaming in red, white, and blue. Only in America, where we dream as big as we want to. We all get a chance. Everybody gets to dance. Only in America. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me double shot of time.
NBC Sports presents the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. Today, live from the Homestead Miami Speedway, it's the Pennzoil Freedom 400. It is another great day in South Florida, soaked in sunshine, temperature already 81 degrees. Ideal conditions for 267 laps around this flat 1.5 mile track. For 30-year-old Jeff Gordon, this could be a history-making day. He leads Ricky Rudd by 326 points in the chase for the championship. If he leaves here with a lead of 370 points or more, Jeff Gordon will be the next Winston Cup champion. Depending on where they finish, that can be anywhere from 10 to 15 finishing positions. Hi, everybody. Bill Weber along with Benny Parsons on the wagon right behind pit road here at Homestead. Happy Veterans Day to all of you. 33 races down and 3 to go, and the person that has to work the hardest today is the race fan. You got to keep one eye on Jeff Gordon, one eye on Ricky Rudd, and somehow focus on all of these competitors that throughout the weekend have emerged as contenders for the win here today.
Bill, when you walk through the garage area on Sunday morning, usually you can find a defined favorite. The guys will tell you, oh yeah, the 99 car, the 6 car, the 24 car. Walking through the garage area this morning, I could find no one that says they're the favorite.
So it could be pretty exciting.
It could be exciting because we have no idea where the winner's going to come from.
Well, it's very appropriate that on Veterans Day, the front row is red, white, and blue. 2 red cars with white numerals that have had a blue season.
Together we stand, divided we fall. Come on now, people, let's get on the ball and work together. Come on, let's work together. Yeah, now, people, because together we can stand any boy, girl, woman, any man.
Well, car owner Ray Evernham owns the front row today. Casey Atwood on the outside of the front row, and Bill Elliott on the pole. How many laps you going to run today before something might happen?
Well, last week I made it to the first turn, and then I got collected. But hopefully I'm in a little better position today. And Ray was talking in the truck, said, now don't y'all go down in the corner and take each other out. So that's one concern of being starting side by side on the front row.
And Benny, that's happened before.
Exactly. Bill, you said last week at Rockingham, as you get older in this sport, good weekends where you have a lot of fun are hard to come by. Now, this weekend could be a lot of fun.
Well, this weekend could be a lot of fun. I mean, here the last 2 races, I think I've taken provisionals. And this time I come down here and I'm on the pole. But, you know, that goes to show you the hard work these guys put in on these cars. And I'm telling you, week in and week out, you know, Ray and all the guys have really worked hard, put a lot of effort behind me, and just keep plugging along. And, you know, eventually we'll get there.
Are you going to introduce your young man to the audience?
Oh, this is my son, Chase.
Hi, Chase. Wave to the folks.
Wave. Say hi.
Well, you had great runs at Pocono and a great run at Indianapolis, so best of luck to you on the flat track.
Well, thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Y'all have fun.
Okay.
Bill, you too. Have fun this weekend.
Well, Bill Elliott leads them to the green flag from the pole, but the man that could be the driver to beat is Tony Stewart. 2 Winston Cup races here, 2 Tony wins here. Don't be worried about the fact that he starts 22nd, because for Tony, this is home sweet Homestead.
Now, Tony Stewart is trying to become the first driver other than Jeff Gordon to win 3 straight races at a particular racetrack since Rusty Wallace pulled off that feat at Rockingham back in February of 1994. Now, Stewart has won 2 in a row here, looking to gain some big points here. Now only 75 markers behind Ricky Rudd, which would equate to $350,000+ at the end of the season. He does roll off 22nd. His other 2 wins here at Homestead came from 7th and 13th. Stewart a little under the weather, a little slow today getting out to driver intros. He will make his call on the stage, so he won't have to go to the back. But Marty Snyder, the heat today, you don't want to be sick here in South Florida with this type of temperature here today.
And you don't want to be sick and claustrophobic nonetheless for Tony Stewart. For months, this guy Ricky Rudd was focused forward on Jeff Gordon. Now he's checking the rearview mirror, looking at Tony Stewart, who's gaining faster than a Miami linebacker on a Florida State receiver. But you guys, the importance of second place in the points, is it the money or the bragging rights, Ricky?
Well, the money certainly doesn't hurt matters in it, but I think it's more of the bragging rights. You know, this team has run second most of the year. You know, they deserve second. We had some mechanical failures that just knocked us out of contention, so we wouldn't want to give up second after battling so long all year long for the championship. But you know, there's not a whole lot we can do about it but go out there and race our race car, this Texaco Havoline Ford, drive it and set it up hard as we can, go out there and run all day. And Tony's coming, you know, he's over our shoulder there, and this is a good racetrack for him, so hopefully we can hold him off. It's going to be tough. We'll see.
How tight is it? First and second are separated by 3:26. Second to 7th by 3:29. Today, Burns.
Marty, Bill started the show by talking about teams that have had a blue season, and it has certainly been that way for Petty Enterprises. 3 cars entered in Winston Cup. The best running car, 30th in points, and that belongs to John Andretti. But qualifying has been pretty bright lately. 3rd at Phoenix, or 2nd at Phoenix, 3rd here. Are you guys turning it around?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we usually qualify good at Phoenix. We usually qualify good here at Homestead, so I don't know about that. But I think we've been getting more consistency in our qualifying, which is the first part of the year. We really struggled on it, and with the struggle in qualifying, you weren't really getting all the racing in that you need to get in either, because then we had other problems with that. So hopefully we can continue to qualify near the front, and maybe our luck will turn, because we'll stay out of the bad luck and in more in the good luck, because good luck tends to follow the front.
Exactly, and of course having a win would really turn their season around. It would be his 3rd career win, and he hasn't won in 92 races. Bill?
Thanks, Dave. In John Andretti's last win at Martinsville in April of 1999, his crew chief was Robbie Loomis. Today, Robbie Loomis, as crew chief for Jeff Gordon, is hoping to capture his first Winston Cup championship. Robbie's story is next.
It's different down here. NASCAR Thunder 2002 EA Sports. It's in a game. Rated E for everyone.
I can't stand looking at that thing.
I think it's cool. It's Suzuki's first sport utility ATV, the all-new Vincent 500 automatic.
You realize that thing's the reason you're here?
Oh, I like it here. It's warm, dry.
Let me tell you, that Vincent's one hard working.
Hey, keep out of it.
You're not the boss of me.
I don't
and you know
believe
what?
you
I
two
would
are
appreciate.
It's got style and a ton of great features.
Will you shut up?
Or you'll do what? Stare him to death?
Very funny.
The NASCAR Pennzoil Freedom 400 on NBC is brought to you by NASCAR Thunder 2002. EA Sports, it's in the game. By Suzuki, maker of innovative motorcycles and all-terrain vehicles. And by Geico Direct, the sensible alternative.
And welcome back to Homestead, everybody. You remember that nice guy at work that everybody liked? He always contributed, worked hard, was really popular, occasionally came up with the winning idea, but never really grabbed the spotlight until the competitor across the street recognized his talent and gave him his big break? Well, that's the Robbie Loomis story. He was a contented and very committed servant for the king. until Jeff Gordon called and gave him a big break. But for Robbie, really, it was a dead-end job. Success meant, hey, it was all Gordon all the time anyway. Defeat meant you're the guy that wrecked the 3-time Winston Cup champion. Well, Robbie had the rare opportunity to live out a dream, and he was determined it was not going to become a nightmare.
Sometimes, no matter how hard you want it, how hard you go after it, it's not going to happen. But then if you just sit there sometimes, like the butterfly, it'll land on your shoulder, and there it is.
Robbie Loomis got most of his lessons in life and in racing from Richard Petty and his family. At Petty Enterprises, Robbie went from crewman to crew chief for the King.
I remember in '91, Richard called me in there and talked to me about it, and I'm like, oh, I don't know about all this, you know. They stood behind me. You know, I made a lot of mistakes along the way, and there were a lot of times, Richard, I remember he'd put that big hand, pat me on the back, and he'd say, we're going to go do it again next week. That's why they give us next week.
Richard Petty drove just one more season, but Petty Enterprises had already gone from dynasty to drought. No wins since 1983. Then Robbie and the rebuilding were finally rewarded, winning in Phoenix in 1996.
Kyle Petty, I remember Kyle came up and saw me in Victory Lane at Phoenix, and he said, remember how this feels, because you'll never feel this way again. And he's so right. You know, that first victory that you have, that you get behind you, is so special that you'll treasure that for a long time.
While Loomis led the famous 43 back to victory lane 2 more times, Jeff Gordon was winning 3 Winston Cup titles. Then in September of 1999, Ray Evernham resigned. Suddenly, another champion needed a new crew chief.
Just like, you know, I'll come up there and sit down and talk to you and thing, and I said, well, you know, we can talk over the telephone. I said, I know you can do the job. I said, that's not a question. I said, you know, it's a matter of surrounding you with the tools you need and giving you the feel in the race car that you need.
So now you've got a job offer and you have to go tell the King.
Whew. Yeah, that was tough. You know, I think that I remember talking to him. I remember him taking that hat off, and so, you know, he said, you know, if you were in here talking to me over 90% of the opportunities you could go do, he said, I'd be kicking you in the butt, telling you to get back out there and go to work. He said, but this is a great opportunity for you. And he said, I've always told you, he said, what you need is a 27-year-old Richard Petty.
Loomis hated to leave, but craved the challenge.
I said, I don't want to become 45 years old and say, you know, could I have ever done it? And I wanted the opportunity to go prove that A, I could either do it, or B, you know, I'm not that level crew chief. I'm a pretty good crew chief, but I'm not that level. And so I just went and took the opportunity.
Last season, Loomis quarterbacked Gordon's 50th win, but the bar was set too high. 3 wins and 9th in points was a disaster for Gordon fans.
Did you have any second thoughts during that season, Robbie?
No, I never really had any second thoughts. I mean, the whole time, you know, I remember we had a terrible race at Las Vegas last year, you know, and I was probably the worst flight home. Mr. Hendrick kids me all the time. I flew home sitting right across the plane from him. And I'm surprised he let me fly with him. I thought I'd be in a Volkswagen driving back. But, you know, I think that all in all, you know, at the end of the season, like I said, when September came around, I felt good about the direction we were going, but there were a lot of times I felt I let the team down throughout the 2000 season.
But 2001 has been a season fit for a king. Since the end of July, Loomis and his followers have led the points. Robbie treats everyone like royalty. Pleasant, proper, polite. Which means his first championship will be celebrated by the entire Winston Cup kingdom. But like many successful leaders, Loomis told his team from the start, work is all about winning. But it's not all about work.
You know, you're going to walk through the garage whether you won a race or never won a race or won 200 races. I want you to know I want to win races and I want to win championships. But I said the most important thing out there, life, is a lot bigger. And how we affect other people's lives and the influence that we have and the impact those things last a lifetime.
No Volkswagen for Robbie this year, more like a Cadillac. 274 starts as crew chief at Petty Enterprises, 3 wins. With Jeff Gordon, 67 starts and 9 wins. And a big race today for Robbie Loomis and his driver, Jeff Gordon, who's standing by with Marty.
Well, Jeff, when Ray did leave, many predicted your imminent demise. I guess, A, did that motivate you, and B, how critical was Robbie into weaving the team back together?
I definitely think there are times when critics will definitely motivate you, and Really, though, we didn't need that. Hendrick Motorsports, the whole organization, especially this 2014, you know, as much as it was torn apart, there was still a lot of championship quality there, and that motivated us a lot just to get back up on top, and we weren't going to stop until we got there, and it's been a great year to get back up on top.
It may be difficult for fans to remember, but in Jeff Gordon terms, you guys struggled over the last 2 years. How much will this championship, you think, mean to Robbie and these guys that are pretty much new on the team?
Well, and that's what's been so exciting about this year is seeing new guys, especially a guy like Robbie who made a big jump, you know, to go from Petty Enterprises over to Hendrick Motorsports, and he's been such a great addition to our race team. And I don't think we could have gotten back, especially as quick as we have, without a guy like Robbie. He fits in so well with this race team. And we're real proud to have all these new guys, and it is exciting. It makes it unique, makes this season different and more exciting in ways than all the other championship years we've gone for it.
44 points are all that stand between Jeff Gordon and his 4th Winston Cup championship. Bill?
Thanks, Marty Benny. It's all about communication, isn't it?
You know, really and truly, that's exactly right, Bill. How the driver and crew chief communicate about how to set the car up. Now, talk to Robbie Loomis and ask him how long it took he and Jeff Gordon to get to that point he felt like they could communicate. He told me he didn't feel like it was until the night race at Richmond in September. So they went through the first 9 months of the season struggling, trying to understand each other, and they finally hit on it. And since then, it has been magic.
It certainly has been a magical year for Robbie Loomis and Jeff Gordon. They could clinch the championship today. A lot of talented drivers in this field. One guy that's going for his 3rd straight win, Joe Nemechek, and his mother, Martha, his biggest cheerleader.
All right, boys, you know what to do. Let's go. Come on, guys, let's go. All right, Hotshot, move it. Come on, move it. Hey, Bobby, you missed a spot. Let's go. Hustle up. Let's go. Come on, guys, let's go. Get in, Elliot. Guys, not bad at all.
Stacker 2, the world's strongest fat burner. Energy to perform, even when you don't have to.
At the Home Depot, we're driving down the cost of home improvement. With new lower prices like this 10-foot closet organizer from Mills Pride. It was $49, now it's just $34.95. It makes even small spaces work harder. Just look for the hammer symbol. It means we've got lower prices nailed.
U.S. Marine Captain Eric Kapitulik. On a training mission, the unthinkable happened. A helicopter crash claimed the lives of 7 of his men. Now he races in honor of the victims and their families. A very patriotic Ironman Triathlon World Championship next Sunday at 4:30 Eastern on NBC.
NBC Sports welcomes you back to the Pennzoil Freedom 400 here at Homestead. There have been 17 different winners this season. Last Sunday at Rockingham, Joe Nemechek, with a strong and surprising run, became the 17th different winner in the Winston Cup Series. Yesterday in the Busch season finale, with another stout but emotional run, he went to victory lane here at Homestead, the track where his brother lost his life in 1997.
November 2001. It's victory number 2. Joe Nemechek wins at Rockingham.
I wish Andrea, I think she's here on the phone. I wish you and John Hunter and Blair, Mom and Dad were here, man. We miss you, but what a day.
3rd victory at Homestead for Joe Nemechek.
I was at home in service in the ring last week, so we're so proud of the Cell Nokia 87 Chevrolet and Joe. Woo!
It's hard to come back here every year, but it's one of my best tracks, and I just love coming here.
It's a blessing, let me tell you, and I know John was with Joe today.
And I can assure you all that Mom Martha as well as wife Andrea are here today, the whole family. I thought they'd stay another day in their home state to see if Joe could win today as well. But Joe, I want you to describe the emotion when you come to a speedway that has taken your brother from you but has given you so much racing success.
It's hard to describe. You know, every time I come here, it's hard, especially, you know, for myself, but it's harder for my parents. You know, losing a child is pretty tough. My brother's my best friend. And, you know, I come here and I take extra pride in coming here trying to win the race and knowing what he wanted to do, and I was trying to help him accomplish his goals. And I know when I'm out there on the track, he's looking over me. But it's just tough to come here. There's no other better way to come to a track where you have a problem than come here and dominate a race and win. And we've done that in the Busch Series, and maybe we can have a little bit of that today.
All right, if the changes he made to his car overnight, and they were plentiful, can stick, he will win today. Bill? Matt?
Well, Dave, riding around the racetrack in a Humvee with Kevin Harvick, and after 2 wins, he might be able to afford to buy one of these. But more importantly, you're 9th in points. You can make a big gain or a big loss here in the next 3 races. A good stretch for you?
I hope so. We haven't had a good stretch the last 4 weeks. Not that we've ran completely bad. We've had a couple bad runs, but just a couple bad finishes, bad luck. But we're just do the best we can, and however it falls is how it falls. That's kind of how we've approached the whole year. Just roll with the punches and do the best we can. That's all we can do.
231 points out of 5th, 172 out of 11th. Marty, 2 wins this year. Both came on racetracks of 1.5 miles. And guess where we're racing today? A track of 1.5 miles. Maybe win number 3 today.
Well, Matt, if there's one guy who has kept up with Tony Stewart and Bobby Labonte here at Homestead, it has been this guy, Mark Martin. 2 top 5s in 2 races here, Mark. Possibility for a win today.
Car was awesome yesterday, but today's today. You know, if we were having the race yesterday, we had something that we could work with there. But you know, you never know. It seems like everything is so touchy nowadays. The sun's out today. It was overcast yesterday. We've got a lot faster car here than we have had the last couple of weeks, and I'm excited about the race.
All right, we'll let him get out of here in his little Humvee. 59 races since Mark Martin last won Martinsville the spring last year. Bill?
Thanks, Marty. Jeff Gordon has had tremendous success this season. 6 of his 58 career wins. His next victory could be his biggest.
NBC Monday, a third watch event.
Hang on, baby.
To save a child, police, firefighters, and paramedics cross the city to transport a heart.
We're gonna need some help over here.
Does he think he's Popeye Doyle?
Doc, it's gone. They took the heart.
An all-new third watch, The Heart Race, NBC Monday, 9/8 Central.
Maybe it's behavior problems at school. Maybe your child can't seem to concentrate. Before you put your child on mood-altering drugs, we'll tell you some things you need to know about Ritalin and ADD. The Ritalin Reality, Monday on Action News 5 at 10.
America. And right now, Ford is making it easier for America to drive best-selling Ford SUVs. 0% financing has been extended on all 2001 and 2002 Ford SUVs, including Ford Explorer, Explorer Sport, Sport Track, Expedition, and even Excursion. Nothing beats 0% and the money you'll save on America's best-selling SUVs. See your local Ford dealer today. Hurry! 0% financing ends November 20th.
They represent freedom. They are our friends and neighbors, and they're members of the most powerful military in the world. Throughout November, Action News 5 will salute these courageous men and women. Don't miss Our Soldiers, Our Heroes on Action News 5.
The Grizzlies take on Golden State Monday on PAX 50.
NBC Sports presents the NASCAR Winston Cup Series live from Homestead, Florida. It's the Pennzoil Freedom 400. Jeff Gordon is 44 points from his 4th Winston Cup championship. Today is Veterans Day, 11-11. And where does Gordon start? You guessed it, 11. Jeff needs to gain 44 points on Ricky Rudd to clinch the title. Depending on where they finish, that could be from 10 to 15 finishing positions. But that's not the only story in the race. The guys 6th through 10th in points are only 135 points apart, and there are a number of guys that could come from nowhere in this field to win today. It should be an exciting afternoon. Here to call the race and take you through some very stirring pre-race ceremonies. 2 guys just back from Margaritaville, and one guy, I guess it's still looking for his lost shaker assault. Alan, Wally, and Benny.
Well, they had Humvees to take all the drivers around the racetrack, Bill, but they didn't have one to get Benny from the wagon up here to the booth. He'll join us in just mere seconds. First, let's talk about Tony Stewart and Bobby Labonte. The Joe Gibbs drivers have led 2/3 of all the Winston Cup laps ever run here at Homestead today. They may have trouble keeping their hold on the top spot.
They may, because the Dodges are obviously very strong, and I think the reason they're strong is because of the aerodynamic package. They have a lot of downforce on their nose. That's what you need here at Homestead. But I watched Tony Stewart's car in happy hour, and his car was, what's going on?
He made it.
Did I miss something?
Yeah, this was the point at which we were supposed to be hearing from you, but Wally's done a nice job of filling in.
Go right ahead. Sounds good.
Watching Tony's car in happy hour, I think his car was pretty strong, so I think he will make it to the front.
Let's talk about Tony and Bobby coming from way back in the field on a racetrack where passing is tough.
Very, very tough at this racetrack. It's a flat racetrack, so therefore they can't drive the car down the corner and use that bank to go too wide. They've got a very defined groove around the bottom of the racetrack, so it will be tough. But everyone tells me if anybody can do it, Tony Stewart is the man to do it.
Did you run up the steps?
I'm sweating.
Little sweat right here. Just take care of that if you would, please. When we come back, the racetrack's pre-race ceremonies, including a salute to veterans of America on Veterans Day.
You take as much care with the customer's car as you do with your wife's. You call each customer to make sure they're satisfied with the work. And your waiting room has coffee people actually like. So it comes as no surprise that the auto parts you recommend and install are AC Delco. When the right way is the only way. AC Delco Automotive Parts.
For a chance to win a trip to France in our Drive to Victory sweepstakes, enter at participating service centers or visit acdelco.com.
The Dew Crew.
Hey, guys. 9.5. Not bad. You better not do this on Sunday.
The Dew Crew. Fueled by Mountain Dew.
Accidents can happen anytime. That's why Geico's here 24 hours a day, every day. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Everybody, please. I just want to thank this beautiful lady here for 50 wonderful years. Hey, let's break out the champagne, eh?
Tonight, an outrageous Celebrity Weakest Link where the stars strike back.
Cassie. Ann.
Celebrity Weakest Link, NBC tonight at 8, 7 Central.
The Kellys. Exclusively on NASCAR.com. America Online keyword NASCAR.
We're 7 minutes from the command to start engines for the Pennzoil Freedom 400 at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Matt Yoakum reported earlier Tony Stewart feeling under the weather today. Tony has made his way from his transporter and is now buckling in to his Pontiac to get ready and defend his title in this event. Commemoration of Veterans Day is part of the racetrack's opening ceremony today. A short while ago, 66 members of the NASCAR community who are veterans were honored, including legendary crew chief Leonard Wood, one of those on stage for the Veterans Day salute. 66 people in the Winston Cup garage with military backgrounds. Trackside now, the pre-race ceremonies continue, including a salute to Veterans Day. Let's go there now and join the ceremonies.
Homestead, Miami Speedway. Let's begin with Sergeant Larry Morse from the Florida Army National Guard. The 21-gun salute was provided by the firing detail from Patrick Air Force Base. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join MCA recording artist Sons of the Desert for the singing of America the Beautiful.
Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber ways of grain, for purple mountains, majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Race bands remain standing as Chaplain Major William Chambers from Southern Command, Miami, Florida, offers today's invocation.
Shall we pray? Almighty God, thank you for this beautiful day, the spirit of competition, and this land of liberty. Thank you for the drivers and crew members. Grant them success and protection from harm and danger. Especially, we pray for those who this very moment place themselves in harm's way for the cause of peace and duty. May they and you know our true gratitude and commitment. We pause to remember and give you thanks for those who in previous battles sacrificed so much that today we may be free. God bless them, God bless us, and God bless America. Amen.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join Sergeant Larry Morse from the Florida Army National Guard for our national anthem. How about a big round of applause for Sergeant Morris from the Florida Army National Guard and the 4 F-16s from the 482nd Fighter Wing right here at Homestead Air Force Base. Once again, our 4 F-16s for the 482nd Fighter Wing, Homestead Air Force Base. And now, for those most famous words in racing, our Grand Marshal, 4-star General Robert Fogelsong.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
One name has ever been inscribed on the Pennzoil 400 Winners Trophy. 42 others try to dethrone Tony Stewart next.
Of all the ovals in racing, only one helps you get to the finish line. Come into AutoZone and check out our special offers on Pennzoil Synthetic and Synthetic Blend.
From the quarter mile at St. Louis to the third turn at Talladega to the pits of Laguna Seca. Wherever innovation is the margin between win and lose, the pros reach for the same tools you do. Craftsman, the official tools of CART, NHRA, and NASCAR.
This is Bill. Bill is installing a new belt on his car. The belt he purchased isn't exactly right, but it seemed like a bargain, and Bill's determined to get it on there. That one might be a little tight, Bill. Here's the deal. At Napa, we not only carry the right part, we've got the know-how to make sure that's what you leave the store with.
Look, Dale, I know how you loved trucks when you were growing up, and if you want to race that big brown truck, I want you to know that I'll support you 100%. I mean, it's a nice truck, nice brown, everybody.
Dad, I'm not driving the truck.
How about some pie?
NBC's coverage of the NASCAR Pennzoil Freedom 400 is brought to you by Budweiser. With the crisp, clean, refreshing taste you'll find in no other beer. This Bud's for you. By Team Monte Carlo, the cars more champions depend on. Chevy, we'll be there. By Pennzoil, we're driving protection. And by UPS, the official delivery company of NASCAR. We want to race the truck. People love the truck.
3 races to go in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series season, including today's Pennzoil Freedom 400. Jeff Gordon makes a bid at locking up his 4th Winston Cup championship starting just moments from now. Let's get you a virtual look at this southernmost oval on the Winston Cup circuit with Benny's Thunder Motion, powered by EA Sports NASCAR Thunder 2002.
Stay on the bottom of the racetrack. Wally, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
On the very bottom of the racetrack. Down the start-finish line, you want to get out wide as you enter the corner, and then take it right down to the bottom. And if you get by Tony Stewart, you've got a great chance to win. And there I go on the inside.
You're good.
Turn 2 is a little bit tighter than turn 4, especially with today's wind. Turn 3 about the same thing. Get out wide and go down in the corner and stay right down on the yellow line next to the apron. Oh, and Tony Stewart will not do that in the race. Trust me, he will not do that in the race. If he does, we'll do the same thing.
You're good, he's better.
That's a lap around the Homestead Miami Speedway.
He's going to take you on the outside at Homestead. He's done great. EA Sports NASCAR Thunder 2002 now available in stores.
65!
But Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR, is the proud sponsor of the Bud Pole Award, given to the fastest qualifier at each NASCAR Winston Cup race. 51st Bud Pole Award in his career for Bill Elliott on Friday, his second of 2001. Now 18 different drivers qualified for next February's Bud Shootout. Since 1979, Anheuser-Busch has awarded more than $7 million as the title sponsor of NASCAR's Pole Award program. And now the Walmart starting grid for the Pennzoil Freedom 400. And all Evernham Motorsports front row, Bill Elliott and his teammate Casey Atwood lead the field to the green. Another Dodge, John Andretti inside of row number 2, with Ricky Rudd second in points, trying to keep his title hopes alive.
On the inside of row 3 is Sterling Marlin, looking for his third win of the season. And Rusty Wallace, he has 8 flat track wins. On the inside of row 4, Jason Lepner, on his second top 10 start of the year. And Michael Walter, the Daytona 500 winner, on the outside.
Jeff Green in for Robbie Gordon in that 31 car today. He shares row 5 with Ward Burton with a third top 10 start in 3 tries here. The championship leader, Jeff Gordon, goes from the inside of row number 6, trying to close out Ricky Rudd today. Todd Bodine is there with him.
On the inside of row 7 is Kevin Harvick. He's been here in the Busch Series and the Truck Series. First Winston Cup race, Dave Blaney on the outside. On the inside of row 8, Terry Labonte so far has not led a lap this season. And Mark Martin, I think, will be good today on the outside.
9th row, Dale Earnhardt Jr., 3 wins this year. And Dale Jarrett, 5th in the inaugural Homestead race when he locked up his Winston Cup title 2 years ago. Row 10, it's Jeff Burton with 4 top 5s in the last 5 Winston Cup races. And Stacy Compton, his best finish this season was a 10th place in the year's opening race.
In row 11, we find Matt Kenseth and Tony Stewart, the guy who's won both races here at Homestead. Let's try to talk to Matt Kenseth. Matt, Benny Parsons, you got me?
I got you.
Hey, Matt, 3 straight top 10s, and you've improved your qualifying about 15 positions, so winning today should be a snap, right?
I don't think it's going to be a snap, Benny. You know, this is a tough racetrack. I feel like we got a good car. I think the 12 guys did a great job preparing it. It's a tough racetrack to pass. You get the dreaded arrow push when you're behind people, so the only way to pass today seems like to use the apron to get underneath somebody, so I think you're going to see a lot of people running real low.
At least you're starting on the inside. That's a good place to begin. I think that, good luck, Matt. I think one of the crewmen jumped in on top of him and started talking to Matt.
There you go. Well, Matt Kenseth going to go with Tony Stewart, the 2-time defending winner of this race from row number 11. Bodine brothers, final 2 qualifiers on time. Jeffrey with his second start of the season. That's a team car to brother Brett's. And now those in on provisionals on their points.
Bobby Hamilton, Kenny Schrader, then Elliott Sadler in a backup car. Ricky Craven back in row 20.
And Rick Mast also in a backup car after a crash here on Saturday during practice. He will drop not far to the rear. Kyle Petty, final starter in the field. Those who did not qualify, there were 5 of them. The heartbreaker, Ron Hornaday, the only team in that group running all of the races this season or attempting to, and he was unable to get in to today's race. Let's get some final stories from pit road. Here's Marty Snyder.
Hey guys in the booth, how did you describe Dale Jarrett's happy hour yesterday? All together now, not too good. But they say they have made the car much better. They think this morning they changed everything on the car. Todd Parrott just told me, and we should expect great things from DJ. After all, in 6 flat track races this year, he has 2 wins and 4 top 3 finishes. Today, to Matt Yoakum.
Well, Marty, Dale Earnhardt Jr. certainly struggled in the first half of the year, but he's turned it on in the second half, earning the 5th most points. Now he sits only 136 points out of 5th with 3 races to go. He's looking ahead to 2002 to make a title run, but he wants to end this year on a very high note with his 4th win of the year. But also he's looking ahead for another reason. For the first time in NASCAR competition, Dale Earnhardt Jr. will wear a full-face helmet today here in Homestead. Today Burns.
Matt, in 1999, Jeff Burton gained 18 positions in the race to finish 3rd. The next year, he gained 20 positions. That's an average of 19 positions each race. This year, he starts 19th, so I think the odds are with Jeff Burton. Bill?
Dave, watch pit road, concrete surface, nowhere to go on the outside, hard to pass on this track. You will gain or lose positions on pit road today. Alan?
267 laps around this 1.5 mile oval to make up the 400-mile distance. Jeff Gordon tries to close out a championship, and we're underway. Elliott has the lead. Casey Atwood has slipped in line second. Then John Andretti and Ricky Rudd.
Rusty Wallace, Jason Leffler. The 0-1 car is Leffler. 2-car, Rusty Wallace.
Rusty Wallace desperately wants to get down to the bottom of this racetrack right now.
Jeff Gordon running in line 9th. There's Rusty. You'd say Rusty was up the hill on a track with a lot of banking, but that doesn't really play here.
No. You've got to be on the bottom of this racetrack to make any kind of time around here. Jeff Gordon's on the inside of Rusty Wallace, trying to take the spot away.
That's Jeff Green in the 31 car.
Green.
And Green's going to hold him off. Leaders at the stripe to start lap 3. Lap 3 tribute that began as a salute to Dale Earnhardt. Certainly after September 11th, we expanded to include all of our lost heroes, and on this Veterans Day, we especially remember those who've given their life in defense of our country. Jeff Gordon's having a hard time defending right now.
Didn't work too good, that move that he tried to make on Jeff Green. He was trying to take over 8th, and now he's back to about 10th. Weber, what's going on with Jeff?
He's loose, Benny. Loose from the start. Called in very early in the race. Said the car's too loose. Robbie told him, wait for the air pressures to come up. We'll get back in the groove. We'll be okay. Patience early here at Homestead.
Gordon running behind Michael Waltrip now in the 11th spot. He took the green flag in 11th, but gained a couple of positions on the having that inside line on the initial break. Behind him is Terry Labonte, his Hendrick Motorsports teammate. There's Mark Martin, who's down to the inside, and we look ahead to the leader and check his gap on his teammate, Casey Atwood.
Here comes Kevin Harvick, who dominated the NASCAR Busch Series race here yesterday afternoon. Did not win. He had an engine problem near the end, but had a very fast race car.
Just moved up to 8th place around Leffler. Strong as he was here yesterday, if any of that chassis setup information translates to this Winston Cup car, he could be a dark horse candidate for the win.
He could be very good.
Boy, was he dominant. Jimmy Spencer going to get a spot. That's back for 25th.
Jimmy Spencer started 34th, so making some good progress towards the front.
Pretty loose right there.
48 car is Jimmy Johnson. Second start for Hendrick Motorsports. Remember, he drives that car full-time next season. So get used to that paint scheme and number. And Dale Jarrett wiggling and wobbling.
And he wobbled right out of Jimmy Spencer's way.
Jarrett back in 24th. Not anymore. Make it 25th. Maybe 26th. And if Kevin LePage gets his way, 27th, 28th.
You know, we saw this at Rockingham with Dale Jarrett. Remember how he drifted to the back, fighting a very loose race car? But in the end, Dale Jarrett finished 4th.
That race team and crew chief Todd Parrott are a group to never give up. They'll keep adjusting that car until there aren't any laps left.
You can hear him work on the throttle there. He cannot get on the gas. He's having a hard time getting the throttle down to the floor. More than likely, he's either has no grip or he's loose, but when you're on the outside there, that's not the place to be. Like Benny said earlier, you've got to run the bottom of the racetrack, so he cannot get after the gas, but I can't tell by looking at his car right now if he's tight or loose.
So Kevin LePage took 26th from him, Bobby Labonte took 27th from him, and Dale Jarrett is back to 28th place after just 9 laps. Bill Elliott and Casey Atwood in Ray Evernham's Dodges are the early leaders. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
Well, I don't know
200 horsepower Chevy Monte Carlo SS.
Green.
The side you show the world is up to you.
It's different down here. NASCAR Thunder 2002 EA Sports. It's in a game.
Rated E for everyone.
How you doing? How you doing?
Hello. These guys took care of that thing, right?
Hey, Mikey, we take care of that thing? Hey, Nicky, you took care of that thing, right?
Yeah, sure. Come on, please. Hey, did you take care of that thing yet?
Yeah.
You took care of that thing, right?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Steer there?
Yeah.
You took care of that thing, right?
Pocono. This is the track known for its awesome restarts, incredible high speeds, long straightaways with 3 demanding turns, and a fan favorite pit paddock pass that puts you near all the action. All the stars of the NASCAR Winston Cup Series invade Pocono Raceway twice in 2002. On June 9th, it's the 21st annual Pocono 500. Then on July 28th, it's the 29th annual Pennsylvania 500. Tickets are going fast, so call now 1-800-RACEWAY. Operators standing by, or visit our website, PoconoRaceway.com.
1 week from Tuesday, see Jennifer Lopez in her first concert anywhere. Jennifer Lopez in concert, NBC 1 week from Tuesday. Technical finesse and raw power collide when the world's best meet in the skateboard vert finals, plus 6-man street luge. The Gravity Games coming up next on NBC.
The Homestead Miami Speedway in South Florida. Today's NASCAR on NBC coverage coming to you with the Pennzoil Freedom 400. And high above the track today, the Budweiser.com airship, brought to you by Budweiser. With a crisp, clean, refreshing taste you'll find in no other beer, race fans. This Bud's for you. Let's see, where's Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the Bud car? He is in 15th. This is your leader, Bill Elliott. Started on pole, has led all of the laps so far, and looking pretty good.
Has a 2.5-second lead. All right, the 2-car, Rusty Wallace, trying to work his way towards the front. This is a battle for the 5th position. I would guess that Rusty's going to take it.
Yeah, Ricky, I've been watching Ricky last couple laps, and I don't know if this car's tight to begin with, but he's definitely having a hard time loose-wise in the center and off.
Sterling Marlin had passed him a few laps ago to take 4th away from Ricky. Now he's losing 5th and probably 6th. How about it, Bill?
Guys, he said he's burning the right rear tire up. He just came across the radio and said he let Rusty go, but he's not very happy using that right rear tire up, Wally.
Yeah, Bill, that's what it looks like. He's loose then. Couldn't tell what the car was doing getting in, but he's definitely right in the center. You can see when he gets on the gas, the car twitches a little bit. And he's not being able to get the power down to the racetrack, so he's having a hard time for the middle off right now.
Wally used the word loose, and we'll use that a lot today. Tight and loose. Here's what we mean when we're talking about loose. Go inside our virtual garage. Preferred line on the Bahamas Speedway, like it is here at Homestead, Miami. Everything is found. All of a sudden, the back end will just kick out, and you go up the hill trying to chase the back. Now, that's exaggerated, but that's about what it feels like to the drivers.
Loose when the back end loses grip, tight when the front end loses grip. And the car doesn't want to turn. Michael Waltrip on the move. Yeah, talk about a guy who's had a confidence turnaround of major proportions. Mikey is it. Got a new crew chief, Slugger Labby, on board a few weeks back. Michael had one of his best qualifying runs of the season here this week. He started in 8th position, had a very solid run in the Busch Series race here yesterday, finished in the top 10. And now he's just moved up to the 8th spot here in the early going.
And he's one of those cars that I believe Matt was talking about earlier. We saw it yesterday in the Busch race. He's one of those cars that can get down on the apron. There seems to be a little bit more grip down there on the apron. So if you can get the car down right, you watch Jeff Green. Anyways, below the white line, really off the racetrack. And that's where these guys are trying to get some grip.
Rusty Wallace taking third. Check that, fourth from John Andretti. And Harvick going with him.
Kevin Harvick is taking the fifth spot away, and John Andretti in one straightaway will lose 2 spots.
That car way out at the top left of the screen from Rusty and Harvick here. That's Sterling Marlin. He passed all of these guys to get up to third.
Here comes Michael Waltrip on the inside of Ricky Rudd. Now we'll watch Michael. Hey, Rudd's going to come back on the outside.
Michael looked like got in there a little bit too hard, and that car pushed up right in the center of the turn.
Watching this from our U.S. Army Skycam, courtesy of the United States Army and Army of One. How about Michael Waltrip's car, Matt?
Well, Alan, earlier in the race, the biggest concern was over communication. Apparently, Keith Barnwell, Michael's spotter, could not talk to Michael, so the 15 team went next door to the 8 team, their teammates, and called up their spotter, Ty Norris. He went next door to Barnwell, told him they had a problem. They brought out their backup radio. Now, Michael Waltrip does have communication with his spotter, Keith Barnwell, but luckily they do have a backup up on top of the press box.
And also, most of these guys inside the cars run a backup radio. So if you have a problem inside the car, you think it's your radio, you can actually switch over to a second radio, which helps a lot sometimes.
And as early in the day as it is, somebody's running a backup radio up to the spotter stand right now for Keith.
As we watch these cars go around the speedway, we've talked about just how difficult it is to pass. Now these cars need to stay on the bottom of the racetrack. Next year, all 3 major NASCAR series will finish their seasons here. The NASCAR Busch Series, the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, and the NASCAR Winston Cup. And I would just hope that Curtis Gray and the folks at ISC would somehow over the winter put a little bit more banking in this racetrack to make it a little bit easier for these guys to pass. Again, the cars are also a problem because they're so aerodynamic today.
Yeah, I mean, they built a great facility here. It's just like you said, BP, it's hard to run side by side. Everybody wants to be on the same piece of real estate on this racetrack. You got to get down to the bottom, the cars push up in the center, and everybody wants to be in the same place. So it's very hard to run side by side every lap.
Let's compare the banking of this racetrack with one, for example, up the road in Florida at Daytona. Drastic difference.
Daytona, we'll go inside our virtual garage once again and show you Daytona is banked 31 degrees. This Homestead Miami is banked 6 degrees. That's about like running the apron at Daytona. That's exactly what this picture that you're seeing looks like. Daytona with the apron there. Only here, they race on the apron.
Tony Stewart moving up a little bit here since the start. Took the green flag in 22nd position. He's up to 15th now, scoring serial on Tony. He's chasing down Ward Burton there just ahead of him.
And talking to Bill Elliott this morning, we asked him how his car was running and what have you during our pre-race show, and he said, well, my car's pretty good, but I still think that this fella, Tony Stewart, is the guy that I've got to beat.
I'll tell you what, that corner right there looked really, really good. That's exactly where you want to have your car. Right off the bottom of the line in the middle, right on the white line, getting in and getting off. So his car looks very good right now.
Stewart, of course, the only winner in the history of this event. He's won it both times it's been run, but even though he's had great success here, he still finds this track to be pretty challenging. All right, well, we'll try that again.
Even tape machines have problems, just like these race cars have problems.
That's right. We need a rounder wedge in that tape machine, and we'll send it back out.
And here we see Tony Stewart, the 20, going by Ward Burton. Remember, folks, if you watched our last practice show, the final practice show yesterday afternoon on CNN Sports Illustrated, this car, Ward Burton, was the quickest car.
But Ricky Rudd is slipping back. They both just went by Rudd. And that puts Ricky back to 14th. It's all Bill Elliott right now. He's out in front of Casey Atwood, his teammate, and Sterling Marlin in another Dodge.
The Dew Crew.
As 5.5. Not bad.
You better not do this on Sunday.
The Dew Crew. Fueled by Mountain Dew.
Getting a brad nailer or a finish nailer is easy. It's getting everything else that can be so confounding, like choosing the right air compressor and an air hose that fits, which can depend on your couplings and tape. Plus, you got your hex wrenches, your oil, and don't forget the nails. It can be a big hassle. Unless, of course, you get a Porter Cable Combo Kit. It's everything you need in one box. Just pick one up today at your local Home Depot.
What are you doing?
Who are you guys? Come on, let me go.
You got the wrong guy.
Think this is harsh? Well, it's what you do to your car every day. All that stop-and-go driving is torture on your engine. But Pennzoil with Pure Base is formulated to protect against the harshness of all that stopping and starting. We can't change the way you have to drive, but we can protect you from it. Stop-and-go protection from Pennzoil.
I won the Daytona 500 last February and finished second at the 400 in July. Now I'm dreaming about winning the 500 again. My teammate, Dale Jr., may have something to say about it, though. After all, he was second when I won, and in July he won and I was second. To me, that just means it's my turn again.
The Daytona 500, Sunday, February 17th. For tickets, visit our website or call 386-253-RACE.
I'm also going to run the Busch Series race Saturday, February the 16th. I've got a great car.
Next Sunday, NASCAR roars into Atlanta. Noon Eastern, the Napa 500. Back in March, rookie Kevin Harvick and Jeff Gordon battled door-to-door in one of NASCAR's most amazing finishes ever. The Battle of Atlanta Part 2. Next Sunday, noon Eastern on NBC NASCAR.
Not even 50 miles into the Pennzoil Freedom 400, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. is on pit road. Matt Yoakum.
He came on the radio a few laps ago, Alan, said he thought he might have a right front tire going down, but he wasn't sure. So they are going to change all 4 tires here at Dale Jr.'s number 8 machine. Tough break, tough early break for the guy who was trying to get up there to 5th in points.
They just about cost me $700. You see that? A 13.3. I've got a deal. Any of these guys pull off a pit stop under 13 seconds, I give each member $100. 13.3. Great stop.
The BP Challenge, yet to be claimed so far this season. Bill Elliott, the leader, has moved up on the tail end of the field. He's put Rick Mast, Buckshot Jones, and Elliott Sadler a lap down. And let's take you through the field and check out how the top 10 are running. We start with Matt Yoakum.
Well, I spoke to Mike Ford, who is Bill Elliott's crew chief. He says Bill reports in his car is a little tight in turns 1 and 2, but loose up off turn 4. Other than that, the car is great to Bill.
Patience for Casey Atwood. That's the call. Tight in the middle of both corners, and also a little bit loose coming off of turn 4. That's the story on Casey. Marty?
Sterling Marlin started 5th, running 3rd, moving up nicely, a little tight. We need to free it up just a little bit is what he told the guys. 4 straight out of the top 10 for these guys. To Bill Weber.
The only advice so far for Kevin Harvick from his crew, hit your marks, be smooth. Good run for the guy that had his car blow up on him in the Busch race yesterday. Matt?
Last year, Rusty Wallace had 4 wins. This year, only 1. Reports in his car is pretty neutral, but like a lot of other contenders, loose off turn 4. To Bill.
And that's the story for Jeff Gordon in the 24 car, loose off of turn 4, but Robbie Loomis is telling Jeff he's running good lap times. Jeff says the car is better in clean air. Matt?
Michael Walker reporting in that his radio is good. His race car is too, a little bit on the loose side off turn 4, but other than that, the Napa car running well. And also looking at the 5 car, Terry Labonte, I talked to his crew chief, Gary Dehart. He says Terry is not talking loud on the radio, which means the car is good. He says the car, too, a little bit free off turn 4 to Bill Weber.
Matt, John Andretti has slipped all the way back to 9th during the early going. His car very loose. He's hoping that the air pressures and the car will come to him. That hasn't been the case so far. Marty?
Jason Leffler very tight, Bill. They were too loose in happy hour yesterday. They think they went too far on the adjustment. Still looking for his first career top 10. To Matt.
We well documented the fact that Tony Stewart is battling the flu. 2 IVs before the race. Right now his car is free. Tony says the track is a little bit slick, but it's starting to come to him.
Well, Ward Burton in a Dodge, Matt, having a good run here today, tight in the center of the turns, and the car will not rotate real well for him, but so far that hasn't been a major hindrance. That's the story for Ward, Marty.
Matt Kenseth having a very nice run. Started 21st up to 14th. Has said nothing on the radio, but before the race started, they qualified so well, he said it's pretty cool to be behind this first pace car. Back to you, Bill.
And the 93 of Dave Blaney, the teammate to Ward Burton, has the common affliction, loose off of turn 4. That's what a lot of guys are battling, Matt.
Mark Martin trying to turn around a season here in Homestead. They were very optimistic after happy hour, only made one small track bar change. Mark reporting in, the car is to his liking. And now the 66 of Ty Bodine, another guy hoping to break into the win column, making the 18th different winner in 01. His car is too tight off the corner. He's tight in the middle, but loose, like a lot of guys, off turn 4. Also, Jeff Burton, I talked to his crew chief, Frank Stoddard. He said they were hoping to really turn around their weekend. Jeff was not happy the way his Busch car ran. He says, Jeff not saying a whole lot, but the car is a little free. To Bill.
And in the 31 car today, Jeff Green, who will drive full-time for Richard Childress next season, loose in turn 4. I talked to his crew chief, Gil Martin. Gil's second race as crew chief of the 31. Worked with Robbie Gordon last week. Jeff Green this week. Marty?
Bobby Labonte has said absolutely nothing on the radio. He's running in 20th right now. But remember, he started 31st, making nice progress. All he has said is the track feels a little bit slick. Back to Dave.
And right now, these guys have worked very hard on the attitude of the 92 car for Stacy Compton, but it's a little bit tight for him. They want to loosen him up on the first pit stop for the 92 car. The 26 car of Jimmy Spencer has run very well. They told him early on, don't overdrive, run your line. He's asked for an adjustment on the car, air pressure down in both rear tires to give him a little bit more grip. As for the 48 of Jimmy Johnson, he is tight everywhere. His crew chief this weekend, Ken Howes, is working on how to make that car better. He is still deciding what adjustment to make for the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson. Bill?
Well, Dave, certainly one of the most disappointing runs so far here at Homestead is for Ricky Rudd. Has fallen all the way back in the field to the 24th spot. Remember, if Jeff Gordon gains 44 points on Ricky Rudd today, that's 10 to 15 positions, then Jeff Gordon has the championship. Rudd struggling. Alan?
Boy, I'll say he is, Bill. Started 4th. And as Bill told you, he's all the way back to 24th place, while Jeff Gordon is up there in 5th and trying to take 4th. In fact, has just taken 4th from Kevin Harvick.
And there's really nothing you can do when you have a car that loose. You can't step on the gas, so you're just tiptoeing the whole lap.
If they finish as they're running right now, Jeff Gordon will get the Winston Cup trophy this afternoon. He's got to lead by 370 or better at the end of the day to have it locked up before the year's final 2 races. Got a long way to go. But as things are going right now, it's good for Gordon and bad for Rudd.
And the last time by, the 24 car, Jeff Gordon was the fastest car in the top 6 vehicles out there, even faster than Bill Elliott.
That's bad news for everybody because we normally don't get many cautions in these Homestead races. And if Gordon is good after 40 laps, we're at 39 now, that's bad for the competition.
As a matter of fact, Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart are running about the same speed.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. came down pit road for an unscheduled stop back at lap 28. Matt, how about some more on that?
Well, Alan, Dale Jr. thought he had a tire going down, but I spoke with Tony Eury Jr., the car chief on the 8. He says they checked the pressures. Nothing was wrong with the tires. Dale Jr. just says the car is driving very weird. He says he wants a rubber in the right rear when they make their next stop.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. is a lap and 3/4 behind leader Bill Elliott. Going to be a long day for the Bud crew. Elliott out in front. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
That I call my friends. We're just getting started when the long day ends. This Bud's for you. And you and you and you. This Bud's for you.
Not one leading conventional oil could pass all these grueling lubricant tests. But then again, there's nothing conventional about Syntec. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't.
What would you do if someone passed you the keys to a Pontiac Grand Prix for a week?
I'm out, man. Let's go.
see the world. San Francisco, here we go.
Are we having fun yet? Doesn't take much to have fun, does it?
It's like riding on a surfboard.
You're gonna have to call me Dixie if I wear this.
All right, Dixie.
I can smell the salt water from here. Give us a swell, baby.
So what would you do with the Pontiac Grand Prix? Tell us, Pontiac.com.
There's some good surf out there.
Another rollback saves the day by saving you even more. Walmart, always low prices, always.
Not one leading conventional oil could pass all these grueling lubricant tests. But then again, there's nothing conventional about Syntec. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't.
Next February, we've got the home snow. The Winter Olympics in our house, Salt Lake 2002, on the networks of NBC.
Skyline of downtown Miami across Key Biscayne. Biscayne Bay from the Homestead Miami Speedway, where today the NASCAR Winston Cup Series runs the Pennzoil Freedom 400. Check out our Wendy's race menu. NASCAR on NBC continues from Atlanta next Sunday. The Napa 500 at noon Eastern time. Then we wrap up the season on Friday, November 23rd, noon Eastern, Loudon, New Hampshire. And the final event of 2001. All Bill Elliott so far today. We've run 44 laps. Elliott has led them all from the pole, but he's not leading by a whole lot.
No, he isn't, because his teammate Casey Atwood is right there. And look at Sterling Marlin, the 40 car. And talking to those guys in the garage here this morning, talking about the 40 car, Sterling Marlin, how's your car? No, it's not good at all. And they changed this, changed a bunch of stuff. Well, obviously, the changes they made are working very well.
Lee McCall told me they changed 4 shocks, 4 springs, and both sway bars.
See right there, Sterling rolled through the center of the corner really, really good, which gave him the opportunity to get on the gas earlier than Casey, and all of a sudden you're up next to him and by him.
You see those characters on the hood of that car? It's rock and roll legends. Kiss, the Grand Marshals for the weekend here at Homestead. Let's check down on pit road with Marty.
And they're having a good time, Alan. And we'll just talk to Gene Simmons, since he's the one who can probably hear me the best. How cool is this racing stuff? You've been around a lot of neat things, I'm sure, in your 20-year rock and roll career.
This is about as hot as you could ever imagine anything getting. The sights, the sounds, people risking their lives so the fans will have the time of their lives. The Kiss car being driven by Sterling Marlin. Out of this world, we're having the time of our lives.
People, if you haven't seen this before, it's one thing to watch it on TV. You got to come here. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's an American sport at its finest.
And that's Paul Stanley, and these guys are having a good time. And if you need to get Sterling to stop, stick out your tongue, Gene. So anyway, these guys are having a great time. Kiss car doing very well on the racetrack as well, guys.
You didn't think you were going to hang on to that microphone with a couple of rock and roll singers there, did you, Marty? I mean, come on.
I tried, Alan. I really tried, but Gene's a little taller than I am. I wasn't going to mess with him.
They're pretty used to handling their own sound equipment, thank you. Tell you what, Marlin is fast. Up to second spot around Casey Atwood. And some pit stops here at lap 48. Dave?
The 55 car of Bobby Hamilton is in. Just talked to crew chief Jimmy Elledge. He said, we're terrible, we're tight, we're loose. The car is not good here. We're not having a good day. They will change 4 tires and fuel the car and send Bobby back out. I don't think he's having a whole lot of fun, guys.
Kevin LePage also in and almost collected a NASCAR official on the way out.
I tell you, folks, when you drive a race car, sure, it's a lot of fun to go out there and just drive around. But when you try to win, and all these guys want to win, you pick a day like today that Bobby Hamilton, Kevin LePage are having, it's not a lot of fun.
Yeah, when you start out bad, it does not get better. The cars just get worse because the track is hot. You wear your tires out, and if the car's sliding at the start of the race, it's going to get a lot worse as you burn the fuel off and you wear those tires out.
And it must have been pretty bad for them to bail out and come in shy of lap 50. We're expecting it to be lap 60 before we see the first pit stops. Tony Stewart trying to move up another spot. He's in 8th, going after Michael Waltrip in the 15 for 7th.
Making you look good is Tony. How are
He's making me look real good, and I think Michael just said, hey, you are faster. He pulled over and let him go, which was smart because you run side by side through the corners right now, and you're just going to lose time to the guy that's chasing you down. So Michael figured, heck, I won't lose a lot of time. I'll let Tony get in front of me, and I'll follow him through.
Tony Stewart has led 210 of 534 possible laps ever here at Homestead in winning both previous editions of this Pennzoil 400.
And I mean, the key is right there. If you watch that 20 car in the center of this racetrack, when he gets through the corners, he can stay down low and get on the gas. He is fast right now.
Putting a lap on Bobby Hamilton Jr. in that 4 car, running back in 35th position. Ken Schrader has also been put a lap down by the leader, Bill Elliott. He's back in 34th. Just past the 50-lap mark. 267 make up the distance. Green flag pit stops when we come back to Homestead.
At the Home Depot, we're driving down the cost of home improvement. With new lower prices like this 10-foot closet organizer from Mills Pride. It was $49, now it's just $34.95. It makes even small spaces work harder. Just look for the hammer symbol. It means we've got lower prices nailed.
The American way of life is energy in motion. Energy powers our lives and fuels the technologies that make America go. Williams is proud to help deliver that energy through more miles of pipeline than the interstate highway system, including 1/5 of the nation's natural gas. At Williams, our way of life is leading energy solutions.
NBC's coverage of the NASCAR Pennzoil Freedom 400 is brought to you by Miller Lite. Grab a Miller Lite. It's Miller time. By Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge. By the Home Depot, the official home improvement warehouse of NASCAR. And by McDonald's. We'd love to see you smile.
New leader in the Pennzoil Freedom 400, Sterling Marlin, has just gotten around Bill Elliott, second driver to pace the event.
And he made it look pretty easy coming off turn 2. He got a great run on the bottom of the racetrack. Looked like Bill might have pushed off that corner. Sterling did not, just pulled alongside Elliott, took the lead going in turn 3.
So Elliott led the first 52 laps. Now Marlin has been out in front. Watch this as Tony Stewart went up to pass Rusty Wallace for 7th.
Just a little nudge in that quarter panel.
Excuse me, I'm coming through.
Yeah, Tony was down there pretty far.
Starting to see some green flag pit stops. That's Terry Labonte, bottom of the screen. He's leaving pit road. Buckshot Jones has been in. That's Buckshot leaving the pit lane. You've got Elliott Sadler and Kurt Busch also heading back out onto the track. Oh, Elliott's not wanting to give it up.
He's hanging in there pretty good.
Let's mention also that Jeffrey Bodine, Jerry Nadeau, Brett Bodine, and Rick Mast have been on pit road under the green flag.
How about old Bill Elliott going back by Sterling Marlin after Sterling didn't run him down?
Yeah, it looks like Sterling is still pretty loose off the corner.
This is third place. Jeff Gordon and Casey Atwood. And Atwood's going to come to pit road. Casey's heading to the entry of the pit lane, which is inside of turn number 3. Got to run that ring road all the way around the inside of the corner.
And now, about where the wall starts, that's where he's got to slow down and start obeying the speed limit, which is 45 miles per hour. As John Andretti comes down the pit road. Bill Weber.
Well, John Andretti started well, but hasn't had the run he wanted so far. They're going to make a 4-tire change, try and tighten him up. He's loose on the racetrack. Chassis adjustment made by the fuel man, so they work on the Cheerios car here on pit road. Now, one stall behind him will be Casey Atwood in the 19 car, started outside the front row. He's been just a little bit tight, so they're making an air pressure adjustment, and they'll also make a chassis adjustment. They've been coaching him on the radio. He's shown a lot of talent. Still needs to show a little bit more desire, in the opinion of Ray Evernham. 4-tire stop and fuel the 19 on its way.
Mark Martin and Jeff Burton are on pit road. Jeff Green is on the pit lane. Here come Robert Presley, Tony Stewart, Ken Schrader, and Jason Leffler onto the pit road. Green flag stops, lap 59, Matt.
And here comes Tony Stewart, the 2-time winner here at Homestead. I talked to Greg Zipadelli's crew chief. Did you see the brake dust come out on Mikey Lingerfeld, showing how much brakes they are using here? No chassis adjustments on the 20, just a 4-tire change. They will make an air pressure adjustment all the way around, still lacking some forward bite on the 20 car. To Bill.
Well, a few laps ago, Ward Burton radioed in that this car is just all over the place. So look for a big chassis adjustment here. It's a track bar adjustment, also air pressure adjustment. 4 tires for the Dodge of Ward Burton. They come around to the left side. He'll get fuel. They'll try and tighten him up, send him back out. We go to Matt.
Andy Thurman already going to work on that right front. No adjustments to the chassis. They will make air pressure adjustments to both right side tires because Elliott says his car is tight in 1 and 2. Loose off turn 4. They didn't want to try too much more than that to over-adjust this great race car, and he's down and away today.
Matt Jimmy Spencer started 34th. He just wanted a little air pressure now out of the right rear. That's the only adjustment for him. He's climbed his way into the teens with these round of pit stops, but he's driven his way to the front as well. And Spencer is off of pit road, 45 miles an hour. Bill?
Well, Ricky Rudd has made it to pit road. This will be a chassis adjustment, air pressure adjustment. They're also supposed to try and put a rubber in the right front. I didn't see them do it there, but a few laps ago, Rudd radioed into the car's getting better. So they'll probably try and do it with chassis and air pressure. And it looks like they might have put one in the left front, Marty.
Outstanding run again for Matt Kenseth. This would be 4 top 10s in a row if they can pull it off. Started 21st up to 6, a little loose off. No adjustments to Matt.
The blue deuce of Rusty Wallace is loose. They made a track bar wedge and air pressure adjustments. Billy Wilbur and Robbie Fuller are done. The 2 is out of here.
Jeff Gordon just passed Sterling Marlin on that pit entry road coming into their stops. What a move, Marty.
Sterling Marlin very good on that run, Alan, especially at the end of it. A little bit tight, however, so they do a half round down on the track bar. That should loosen him up just a little bit. 4 tires for Sterling Marlin. To Bill.
For Jeff Gordon, it is 4 tires and fuel, and drop the right rear tire 1 pound. These guys racing for the championship today, that stop a little longer than they are used to.
Dale Jarrett leaving the pit road.
But Jeff Gordon will come off pit road in front of Sterling Marlin. But Tony Stewart goes by, both of them.
There goes Stewart in the orange car. Michael Waltrip is being shown as the leader. He's not yet been on pit road. And he's in now. Waltrip is on the pit lane now. There's Michael. Matt?
Slugger lap. Michael's crew chief told me before the race they would go between laps 62 and 64 on their first stop. His service is complete. No adjustments for the 15. Michael is very happy with the way his race car is handling.
And the lead is going to cycle around to Casey Atwood after the pit stops. Sterling Marlin stayed out on the track, took over the lead. Jeff Gordon caught him. And then they came to pit road on that entryway around the inside of turns 3 and 4. And Gordon pulled a beautiful move. Marlin wasn't going fast enough for him. Watch this.
And it's real important getting in and out of the pits here, because that lane is fair game until you get to that spot right there where the pit lane speed starts. So that was a great move on Jeff's part.
And Sterling has to stop and slow down so he can cross over and get to his pit. Saw Gordon win a race that way a few years ago at Charlotte. Remember, Mike Skinner had dominated the race all day, and Gordon caught him when they came to pit road and forced Mike out, beat him off the pit road, and Mike could never pass him again.
And normally when we show people, you know, the times on the in and the outs, Jeff Gordon's always one of the best guys getting in and out of the pit lane.
And Tony Stewart, who started in the 22nd position, has driven his way on the green flag up to the 3rd spot, just 2.5 seconds behind Casey Atwood, the leader.
Here's the leaderboard. Casey Atwood is out front. Bill Elliott is 2nd. Stewart is 3rd. Jeff Gordon is 4th. Then Sterling Marlin 5th. Then you've got Kevin Harvick, Michael Waltrip, Matt Kenseth, Terry Labonte into the top 10. His best run in a long time by far. And Rusty Wallace. Kenny Wallace, 32nd spot. Marty, what's going on?
Already starting to be a long day for the man who finished 2nd at Rockingham last week, Alan. He was very tight on that last run. They made an air pressure adjustment, but when they came down pit road, the car fell off the jack. They lost a lot of time on pit road. I talked to Ty Norris, the president of Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, about the future of this race team. He said they are making plans in case Steve Park is not able to come back for testing in the first part of next year, and they plan to make an announcement on that in Atlanta.
All right, Marty, thanks. You see Kenny running right behind Tony Stewart. A moment ago, one of the NASCAR spotters around the racetrack said he might have seen some smoke from the 20, but they've checked it out and said it looks clean, so everything's good. There's our Mountain Dew green flag pit stop summary.
And we see Jeff Gordon at 117.4. But look at Tony Stewart, 114.6. I mean, that's 3 seconds faster. You wonder how he got the 3rd spot? Right there is how he did it.
In lap, out lap. Did it better than anybody else.
Which is getting down through the gears and getting to the start of pit lane, and also getting up through the gears back onto the racetrack.
And that's a little more complicated at this track than most because of those ring roads on the inside of the corners that you come in on and off pit road through. Well, Casey Atwood has been the subject of many, many rumors. His future in this car. Is Ray Evernham enough displeased with the way things have gone to replace him with Jeremy Mayfield? That's been the rumors. Nobody has spoken officially about it. But Casey Atwood, if he's driving for his job, he's certainly driving well.
Well, the last 3 or 4 races, he has appeared as though he was driving for his job. Right, Bill Weber?
It certainly has, Benny. Throughout the year, Ray Evernham has had conversations with Casey Atwood. He told him at Pocono that sometimes you try too hard because Casey would unload good, and throughout the day on Friday, they would get worse and worse and worse. But I had a long conversation here with Ray yesterday. He said he is committed to making Casey Atwood a success in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series, and he hopes next weekend in Atlanta to unveil his plans to further Casey's career and to exactly what will go on with his race team. So that's a major announcement. A lot of people looking for next weekend, but Ray underlined his enthusiasm and his support for Casey Atwood in the future.
Now, I talked to Sammy Johns, the crew chief on this 19 car this morning, and asked him how his car was, and he said, we've got a good race car. As a matter of fact, I think we have a better race car today than we had at Phoenix. And I think most of you fans will realize just how good he was at Phoenix.
Got a new 2nd place car. Tony Stewart has just gone around Bill Elliott and picked up the number 2 spot. This is earlier. Watch Stewart all the way on the apron to get around the lap car, Rick Mast. That was brave.
That'll work.
Worked very well.
All that dust kicking up. Boy, that's slick.
Well, it doesn't look like he had a whole lot of choice. He had committed himself. The 90 car may not have known he was down there below him.
He's holding his breath, though. Using that apron like that.
Look, there's a lot more grip down there than you think, especially if his car's working really good on the bottom, so he can get away with that. There's a bunch of cars that, if they tried that, the cars would slide way up through the middle of the corner.
Matt, what about the 20 car?
Well, Alan, that pass was actually just a piece of cake for Tony Stewart, who regularly made it 3 wide at Winchester on the high banks. And when the crew asked him, was the car all right? He says, yeah, actually, I've just made a very aggressive, wasn't a pretty pass, just an aggressive pass on a lap car, and I kicked up some dust. Everything's all right with a race car.
There you go. Tony is a second and a half behind leader Casey Atwood. We're just past 100 miles of the Pennzoil Freedom 400 in Homestead.
On tonight's Law & Order Criminal Intent, a female serial killer
Get a crash cart stat.
has the city in turmoil.
The killer lives in the hot zone.
You mean we got a nut job out there?
How she kills is ripped from the headlines, but why she kills will leave you stunned.
They're worried we're going to start a panic.
A panic might save lives.
All new Law & Order Criminal Intent, NBC tonight.
Hi, I'm Ron Childers. I'm here to tell you how you can help make a big difference in your community, your schools, and your child's life. It's called One for the Community, a campaign TV5 is proud to be a part of, designed to raise funds for Memphis area schools and community groups. For a nominal fee, you'll be able to buy an entertainment book like this one. You can help educate our children and save hundreds of dollars on dining, travel, and just about everything. So please join WMC TV5 and Taco Bell and make a difference in your community.
The more life stays the same, the more you want food that's different. Like the original Crystal, our famous burger on a steamed square bun. Now get a sack full of 10 for $4.99. Crystal, little food, big taste.
You want power. You want performance. You need the right team. The Comp Cams team. Comp Cams Research and Development is your team, keeping you on the cutting edge of technology and performance. Your Comp Cams quality control team is checking every component to ensure the highest standard. And your Comp Cams customer service team is waiting to address your needs. The right team for you. All you want, all you need. Comp Cams.
The Grizzlies take on Golden State Monday on PAX 50.
So, you racing Saturday night?
The Kellys. Exclusively on NASCAR.com. America Online keyword NASCAR.
4-car.
NASCAR on NBC from sunny South Florida with the Pennzoil Freedom 400 just past the 1/4 point, and young Casey Atwood is leading in Ray Evernham's Dodge. Our Dodge track fact: 8 NASCAR championships decided at this speedway. A couple of Winston Cup, couple of Busch Series, couple of Gatorade All-Pro, and a couple of Goodies Dash Series. If you're not familiar with the latter two, they are some of the various NASCAR tours that run all over these United States. Well, they got like 13 different touring series, including the Winston Cup.
This Tony Stewart is unbelievable here at this speedway. That's him in the 20, the orange car. The 19 is the leader. Tony Stewart started 22nd. Casey Atwood started 2nd. And Tony Stewart is about to take the lead.
I told you.
Well, I know.
Just joining us, Wally predicted in his opening comments today that Tony would not have any problems moving through traffic to get to the front and contend. He didn't make a bold prediction that Tony would win. He stopped short of that, but he said he wouldn't have any troubles.
But this seems to be the place. Turn 2 looked like he really gained on Atwood last time off turn 2. Now up in turn 3 and 4, it looked like he might have lost some distance to Casey Atwood.
I think he had to pass that car, and that's why it looked that way, VP. He is the fastest car, I think, in the middle of 3 and 4 than anyone I've seen right now.
Tony Stewart, 2 for 2 in Winston Cup competition here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. He's had a great deal of success here. He may be finding even more right here.
And he cut that car right in the center of that turn.
New leader, Tony Stewart. Stewart leads at Homestead. Those aren't unusual words.
You know, everyone talked about the Dodgers, what an advantage they had here. And in all sports, they say to be the man, you know, you got to beat the man. Well, this racetrack, Tony Stewart, he's showing you that he is the man. He might not win today, but these guys might have to pack their lunch if they're going to beat him.
Led 44 laps in his 99 win, led 166 of 267 laps in his win a year ago. Now at lap 79 of 267, he's out in front for the first time. Despite the great success here, Tony still finds this mile-and-a-half track very challenging.
It's one of the hardest because it's so low on grip that, you know, and the corners are so big here that it's hard to decide when and how much throttle you can apply. And, you know, most of the tracks we go to, when you get rotated in the center of the corner, you can be flat on the floor with it once you get back in the power, but you can't do that here. It's a track that you got to use a little more finesse, and as the tires wear out, you got to work a little harder as a driver.
Yeah, he's right. I mean, you do. Benny and I were talking about this yesterday. You have to work really hard to get around this racetrack because you're never going to get the car perfect. So you're always catching the car, you're always turning it, and especially if it's loose, it can be a long day.
Matt Kenseth having some problems. Was running 8th. He's dropped back to 14th. Marty, what's going on?
And they had been as high as 5th, Alan. Heartbreaking news for these guys. Matt radioed in, said it feels like the engine is starting to go. Then he radioed in about a minute later, said it feels like we've broken a valve spring. They are certainly on 7 cylinders when he runs by us. Sounds like it's almost a battery problem or something. The car's sputtering, if you will. They will bring him down pit road momentarily, but losing positions by the busload, as Benny would say, on the racetrack. Caution on the racetrack.
Yellow, yellow.
Caution is out for possible debris, maybe from Matt Kenseth's car. And now the update is they're checking for oil in turn 3 and 4. As a matter of fact, it was Jeff Green reported in that he spotted some oil in turn 3 and 4. They're going to put the caution out and take a look.
Tony Stewart did not want to see this caution flag because he had things going his way.
First one of the race, lap 83. Leaves 28 cars on the lead lap. Joe Nemechek had just been overtaken by the leader, put him a lap down. Tough luck for last week's winner. Kenny Wallace there in the yellow car, caught a lap down, the Pennzoil machine.
That right rear tire on Tony Stewart's car to me just looks weird. Looks like it's bathed in oil. You know, these tires have, the Goodyear is in yellow, and you can normally see that, but it seems to be disappeared and gone on the 20 car. Maybe it's an optical delusion, but
there you go. You beat me to it. Maybe he just kind of scuffed that yellow lettering off on that pastel green wall.
Well, that could be. He could have just brushed the tire up against the wall, or another car and knocked that yellow off.
Second set of pit stops. These will come under caution. Be at lap number 83. Stewart, Atwood, Elliott, Gordon, and Marlin are the top 5 coming in. You don't need a full load of fuel. Anybody try 2 tires for track position? Let's find out. Marty?
Sterling running 5th, Alan. He says he doesn't know what to do to catch those guys in front. It will be a 2-tire stop for Sterling Marlin and no adjustments. Matt?
Tony Stewart, the leader of the race, no adjustments on the 20 car. They will just go with 4 tires and fuel as Jeff Gooch Patterson packs in that fuel cell. To Bill.
They have warned Casey Atwood to take care of the right front. It's a small air pressure adjustment because he's been a little bit loose. Had a lot of trouble on the left front. That's going to cost him some positions. What dodges Elliott as they head out? A lot of traffic down here. Dave?
Disappointing for Jimmy Johnson. He liked the car so well they weren't going to make any adjustments, but they had a slow time on the right rear, and that cost him. He lost spots on pit road. He gave up 18 spots, so they're running well.
The only thing I would say about the 2-tire deal, I don't know, BP, what do you think on this, is that if this place goes green for so long, wouldn't you want to take your 4 now in case it goes green for a long time?
I think those guys will live to regret that. Here coming off pit road, we see that Ward Burton, the 22 car, comes off in front of Tony Stewart. Then comes Bill Elliott.
Casey Atwood, but Sterling Marlin with just 2 tires is going to be your leader off pit road.
Of all the ovals in racing, only one helps you get to the finish line. Come into AutoZone and check out our special offers on Pennzoil Synthetic and Synthetic Blend.
Oh, there's no place like home for the holidays.
This holiday season, Lowe's brings home improvement home for the holidays. Lowe's has a holiday store within a store to make it easier than ever to decorate your home. And as always, Lowe's promises low prices every day, guaranteed. For 55 years, we've been helping families celebrate the holidays
We can't beat home, sweet.
and improving home improvement.
Hey, Mom. Dad wants to know what's for dinner.
Tell him nothing until he apologizes to me.
Mom said no dinner until you apologize.
Forget it. She owed me the apology.
Dad says he's really sorry. He wants to take us to McDonald's to make up for it.
He said that?
Yeah. Mom says you were right. She thinks we should go to McDonald's.
Really?
I'm sorry.
No.
Can we please go to McDonald's now?
We love to see us.
Crawled into any racy adventures lately? What are you doing the weekend of February 23rd?
Whoa.
Rockingham 200 NASCAR Busch Series February 23rd. North Carolina 400 NASCAR Winston Cup Series February 24th. North Carolina Speedway.
Full Throttle, all the music from the fast lane of NASCAR on NBC Sports and TNT, featuring Metallica, Creed, and POD. NASCAR's Full Throttle, available online at NASCAR.com and in stores near you.
The Kellys. Exclusively on NASCAR.com. America Online keyword NASCAR.
Here at the Homestead Miami Speedway, still under caution, Sterling Marlin has won the race off pit road, taking just 2 tires. Our NASCAR Busch Series update, Joe Nemechek with his 3rd victory here in Miami yesterday. Last week's Winston Cup winner not faring as well today. He's a lap down in 29th. Kevin Harvick wrapping up his championship season. Final margin, 124 points over Jeff Green. Harvick dominated yesterday's race, blew the engine up, trying to end his season with a win. Craftsman Truck Series, Jack Sprague was the 2001 champion, his 3rd such title, edging Ted Musgrave for that mark. And of course, next November, all 3 of those championships will see their season's final race happening here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Still cleaning up the racetrack, so let's take another break. Sterling Marlin is the leader.
We pitted Castrol Syntec 1030 against the leading conventional oils in some of the world's toughest tests. The 96-hour TU3 viscosity test. The M111E, designed to break down an oil into sludge. The blistering hot VWIC deposit test. Not one conventional oil could pass all these tests. Then again, there's nothing conventional about Syntec. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't.
Here's to the sky being the only limit, to having a once-in-a-lifetime experience. More than once in a lifetime. Here's to squeezing every drop out of every day, to a pure source of vitality and well-being. Here's to the freedom to drink to your heart's content. Introducing Tropicana Pure Premium Low Acid, with all the taste and less of the acid. And here's to life.
Winston Cup Championship.
U.S. Marine Captain Eric Kapitulik,
On a training mission, the unthinkable happened. A helicopter crash claimed the lives of 7 of his men. Now he races in honor of the victims and their families. A very patriotic Ironman Triathlon World Championship next Sunday at 4:30 Eastern on NBC.
Still under caution in the Pennzoil Freedom 400 at the Homestead Miami Speedway. First yellow of the day coming out for oil on the track. They've got the jet blowers out, cleaning some of the rubber debris off the surface before we go back at the action. Looking down on the speedway from the Budweiser.com airship, brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR. Enjoy, race fans. Beautiful day for enjoying it. 81 degrees. Perfect South Florida weather under which to contest this event. And while they continue to clean up the speedway, let's squeeze in another break. Sterling Marlin, Ward Burton, Tony Stewart, Bill Elliott, and Casey Atwood are your top 5 drivers.
Yo, Budweiser.
El balón queda a la deriva, la defensa trata de rechazar, pero México vuelve a recuperar el balón. Viene el tiro desde afuera del área.
Of all the ovals in racing, only one helps you get to the finish line. Come into AutoZone and check out our special offers on Pennzoil Synthetic and Synthetic Blend.
1-800-CALL-ATT has a new spokes. Oh, no, not the top.
For collect calls, dial CALLATT. That's not right, is it? $30,000, Mom. No, it's for a physics book. No, really. 1-800-CALLATT. Practice, practice, practice.
Doctor, I got a growth.
The way it was written, please.
1-800-CALLATT.
Nice job, Carrot Stick.
Save big bucks on every call. Dial 1-800-CALLATT for collect calls.
Can I have your number?
It's different down here.
NASCAR Thunder 2002 EA Sports. It's in a game.
Rated E for everyone.
Next weekend, NASCAR roars into Atlanta. Saturday, 1 Eastern on TNT, the ARCA season finale. Then Sunday, noon Eastern on NBC, the Napa 500. Last March, rookie Kevin Harvick and Jeff Gordon battled door-to-door in one of the most amazing finishes ever. Now, the Battle of Atlanta Part 2, NASCAR on NBC and TNT.
Welcome back to Homestead and the Pennzoil Freedom 400 for the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. Of course, the big story today, Jeff Gordon could clinch his 4th Winston Cup title. He's currently running 6th. Ricky Rudd, number 2 in the points, is 18th. Gordon needs to beat Rudd by 10 to 15 finishing positions to clinch the title. They're having a good run this week, but that wasn't the case last week at Rockingham. Some people thought maybe they were just protecting points, but that was not the case at all.
Not at all, no, and if anything, it's probably the opposite. We're probably trying too many new things because we're going out trying to win races. We're not going out there trying to conserve points. You just can't do that anymore. If you do that, you're going to fall even further behind than what we did last week. So, really, we were going for it, and we just made some mistakes on the setup. We were good in happy hour, and it just didn't seem to work for us in the long runs.
Now keep this in mind. Today, Jeff Gordon is very good on the long runs, but not so good on restarts on new tires, so they added 1 round of wedge last time he was on pit road. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Bill Pulsitter, Bill Elliott, is trying to break a 226 race winless streak. The last time he went to victory lane was at Darlington. The Pulsitter, though, is currently 4th on this restart. He and Tony Stewart, the 2 cars that took on 4 tires in that lead pack. He is still battling a tight condition. Mike Fortescrucci made a track bar adjustment, went up 1 round to Dave Burns.
Matt, when Jimmy Johnson came in for an extra pit stop this time, they took this off the car. This is the side skirt that goes on the left side of Jimmy's car between the wheels. It helps with the airflow on the car, and I talked to Ken Howes, the crew chief, to say, well, what will the car be like now? And he said, it's such a minor change, it'll be very small. I said, well, what will it do, loose or tight? He said, well, that would be telling. He said, I can't do that. He says it's there for a reason, but it's not a very big reason. Marty?
Well, Dave, remember we said it sounded like a battery problem for Matt Kenseth? Well, that turns out it was right. It was a bad connector on the alternator, which made the battery go bad. 6 pit stops later, they fixed the connector. A new battery is in. He's back on the racetrack on 8 cylinders now, and green flag.
Kenseth is the last car on the lead lap in 28th spot. Sterling Marlin and Ward Burton along with Mike Wallace. The 3 cars who only got 2 tires on their pit stop. Everybody else around them got 4.
Didn't take Tony Stewart long to go by Ward Burton. Just goes right by him. And Kenny Walsh, did he get the back on him?
I don't think he got back on him, but he may have, Benny. Definitely wiggled there.
Whatever the problem was for Matt Kenseth, they've not necessarily cured it because he's throwing some smoke. We watched Tony Stewart try and deal with Joe Nemechek. First car a lap down. There's Matt.
And we see the 8 car, Dale Earnhardt Jr. He is back on the lead lap. Remember, he had that unscheduled pit stop. Well, he stayed back out until all the other leaders had made their pit stop, which put him back on the lead lap. He's currently in the 26th position.
For smoking.
Matt Kenseth is getting the black flag for smoke. See it from behind his car there.
You probably burned a hard.
So he'll be coming to pit road.
Get an oil rinse ready.
Or should be coming to pit road shortly.
And Jerry Nadeau, the 25 car, slow on the apron of the speedway.
He had lost a lap on pit road earlier, getting some extensive repairs made.
Is the right rear tire flat on this car?
I'm trying to get a good look at it, PP, but I couldn't see it.
Mike Wallace, Jeff Gordon, Casey Atwood, Ward Burton. The 11 car, Brett Bodine, the only one in this picture not on the lead lap.
And how did Mike Wallace get up there? He was 7th on the restart.
2 tires, and
But he was 7th on the restart. He's already up to 4th spot with 2 tires.
He's hungry.
He is very hungry.
Talked with Roger Penske and Walt Zarnecki this morning, just after the drivers' meeting. Said, so what's going on with the 12 car? Their answer was, when the season's over, we'll discuss it. Not until then. Same thing we're doing with our Champ Car program. When that season was over, then we'll discuss it. So, sorry, Mike, no answers.
Jeff Gordon, the 24 car, goes by Wallace. Moves into the 4th spot. And Mike Wallace loses another spot to the 22 of Ward Burton.
Tony Stewart, 4 tires, catching Sterling Marlin, who only got 2 on his pit stop. Now, Wally, I didn't think the 2 tires was a bad gamble. BP, they'd only run 20 laps on the tires. They didn't need a full load of fuel. If we get that long green flag run, they're going to need all 4 tires anyway, or they'll have time. So even though he lost the lead, I don't think it was a bad gamble.
I think they'll learn to.
He's trying to figure out his line.
Tony Glover's telling Sterling Marlin, look, do something, figure out how Tony Stewart gets around this speedway so fast.
Come on, Glove. Tony's trying to drive, or Sterling's trying to drive it in Tony's tracks, but he can't.
So Tony Stewart leading for the 2nd time in this race. And as you said earlier, Benny, still the man.
He is the man at this speedway, no doubt about it.
Those 2 have moved out by 2.5 seconds on Bill Elliott, who's 3rd. Jeff Gordon is 4th. Ward Burton is now 5th. How about Matt Kenseth, Marty?
Well, the problems just get worse for these guys, Alan. The best way to put it is they accidentally burned a hole in an oil line when they were fixing the alternator problem. So the pinhole was repaired, or band-aided, if you will, and they're now trying to clean up all the mess here on pit road where there was a ton of oil when Matt came in. They think they have finally cured all the problems for Matt Kenseth, although he's lost a lot of laps and time on the track.
What happens, and I'm sure that you've worked on your car before, anytime that you touch a hot wire on the alternator and you ground that to another piece of metal, well, then you get a spark, and that's what they did. They ground the wrench against an oil line and punctured a hole in it.
Matt is 2 laps down, back in 40th place.
Those oil lines still braided on these cars?
Some of them are.
So that could have done it as well.
6th place, Casey Atwood around Mike Wallace. And we look ahead from Kevin Harvick. Next one to try and challenge Wallace for a spot.
Mike Wallace started back in the 29th position, so in his situation, I think that 2 tires was the way to go to try to get some track position. But I'm of the feeling that Sterling Marlin, Ward Burton will live to regret the 2-tire stop.
I agree with BP. You know, a place like this where it goes green for so long, I always think you should take 4.
Let's check up on Mike Wallace more from pit road. Here's Marty.
Well, guys, if you are the superstitious lot, this is the same car that Mike ran at Phoenix. And, of course, at the end of the race at Phoenix, he took on 2 tires and nearly won the race, finished 2nd there. But I just asked Peter Pennzoil's crew chief, I said, where do you expect him to fall back to? He said, I would be happy with 10th or 11th. We don't expect to stay up here in the top 5. They're running 7th right now. If we can go to about 11th, it will have been worth the gamble for us. And that's where we expect him to be in about 15 to 20 laps.
He's hanging in there. And like you said, Benny, from where he started, he's a lot better off than he was.
Yeah, exactly.
Wallace 8.5 seconds behind leader Tony Stewart. And Stewart putting some gap on Sterling Marlin. Stewart and Marlin are locked in a pretty tight fight for what could be 2nd place in the final points. Ricky Rudd is 2nd, Stewart 3rd, Dale Jarrett 4th, and Sterling Marlin 5th. And all of those spots could change hands over these last 3 races. Sterling spent as high as the lead in the points early in the season, and we talked with him earlier in the weekend about trying to move back up after losing some spots in recent weeks.
You know, if we put together some top 5s here, 3 races left, and you know, maybe we can get back to 3rd. Tony's run awful good. You know, when he finishes, he's top 5. So it's getting tough to gain anything on him. And you know, Dale's been a little hot and cold. He'll run good one week and have a little trouble the next. But you know, we just work hard, and this is the same car we won with in Charlotte. Got here this week and tested real good for us. So maybe we'll get a win here, and we're gonna carry it to Atlanta if it survives here.
Here are the championship standings as we look from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
And the worst about it, look at the money that it pays.
And this is as they are now in this race. That's not as they came in. That's as they are now.
So Sterling Marlin, in fact, has moved up past Dale Jarrett currently as they run now.
And like you said, look at the gap from 2nd to 3rd to 4th.
I'm looking at it, $500,000 difference. Yeah, that's a lot of money.
A lot at stake over the final couple of races, even if Jeff Gordon locks up the championship today. Speaking of Gordon, he's in 4th. Ricky Rudd is back in 16th. 370 or better.
He needs 370. He has 371.
Wow. Bill, that could be fun come the end of the race.
Yeah, they just won't be using your calculator, Alan.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. You can notice on this run that Gordon was much better on the restart, and that probably has to come back to the fact that he increased the air pressure in the tires. Because remember, he wasn't very strong on the restarts, but was stronger deeper in the runs. This is the strongest he's looked early in the race. Robbie Loomis said they were good yesterday, made 3 or 4 minor changes to get him back out there today. Could be a championship run for that 24 bunch.
5th place here, Ward Burton in the 22, Casey Atwood in the 19.
And Tony Stewart is running so fast that this battle is about 8 seconds behind the leader as Casey Atwood goes by Ward Burton and takes that spot away.
Don't forget, Ward just got 2 tires on his pit stop, so he's going to slide back a little bit. Just past 150 miles of the Pennzoil Freedom 400 in Homestead, Florida. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
NBC Monday, the WWF superstars face their worst nightmare.
Who needs to be smacked down?
Triple H, The Big Show, and Stephanie McMahon.
She did sleep with my father. That's why I voted her off.
A special WWF edition of Weakest Link, NBC Monday at 8, 7 Central.
Come capture the luck of the Irish at Fitzgerald's Casino.
Money is tight, but Memphis City schools can't even hold on to what they have. It's a case of missing equipment, and you paid for it. They lost it. Monday on Action News 5 at 6.
It's the simplest things that mean so much, like calling up to stay in touch. A simple thing, a simple song to sing, a simple life on simple shores, a simple way it simply soars. It's simply mine and simply yours.
Maybe it's behavior problems at school. Maybe your child can't seem to concentrate. Before you put your child on mood-altering drugs, we'll tell you some things you need to know about Ritalin and ADD. The Ritalin Reality, Monday on Action News 5 at 10.
So, you racing Saturday night?
The Kellys. Exclusively on NASCAR.com. America Online keyword NASCAR.
Tony Stewart is the leader of the Pennzoil Freedom 400. Caution on the racetrack, debris in turn number 1. Is the call from NASCAR Race Control, second caution of the event. And so the field begins to slow down with 27 cars on the lead lap and another opportunity to come to pit road.
Well, it looks like those guys that changed 2 tires caught a break. Now they're able to go back in and be even. Like Mike Wallace's situation, the 12 car, he gained the track position. He's currently running in the 7th position. Now he can go in, change 4 tires, and be back equal with them.
But again, we've only run just over 20 laps. Somebody else is going to try 2 tires here. You don't need a full load of fuel. So we'll see who in the back as we see the debris.
Well, yeah, maybe the guys that changed 4, a couple of them will take 2.
We're going to do 4, 10-4. We're doing 4, but
there you go. We're doing 4.
That's Jeff Gordon's radio. And they're going to take 4 every time in their situation.
Right. When you're in the top 5 or 6, you're going to go ahead and take 4.
Plus the championship.
And Kevin Harvick, Terry Labonte, some of those guys, Harvick back in 8th, Terry Labonte in 10th, and Michael Waltrip in 11th. They might try 2 tires.
Well, let's see. Marty?
Sterling Marlin in the middle of your screen. He is a little bit tight in one end, a little loose in the other end. They are going to try and loosen him up, though, by taking a half pound out of both left side tires. To Matt Yoakum.
Tony Stewart was complaining about his car being a little free back on the gas off turn 4. They made an air pressure adjustment in the left rear tire. As the left tires are on for Stewart, he's down and away to Bill.
Jeff Gordon getting 4 tires, a fast stop, no chassis adjustment, just a little tight. He also got a fresh drink.
Oh, trouble on pit road, my goodness. Ward Burton has gone through Ricky Rudd's pit crew after contact leaving his stall.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness gracious.
I think Ward made contact with another car on pit road.
There was a NASCAR official as well as members of Ricky Rudd's crew down there. See NASCAR officials trying to get Ward to get his car out of the way because they're going to bring an ambulance in there. So many pit stops and so little trouble that you get immune to it, but it is dangerous being out there working on those race cars. They're coming by at 45 miles an hour at the pit road speed limit.
It's actually the reason why Cal Wells has his guys that go over the wall wear helmets. Just for that reason right there.
You see the attention being focused to the crew member that's down along the inside wall, and we'll get an update as information becomes available naturally. You can see Ward Burton came into contact with somebody on his right front.
He's got damage on the left front and the right front.
That turned him back into Ricky Rudd's car with the left front. Oh, I hope everybody's okay. While we continue to monitor the situation down at the end of pit road, we will tell you that Mark Martin came off the pit lane first.
It looked like a lot of guys took 2 there that we talked about.
Yeah. There's Mark as your race leader. Kevin Harvick, Jeff Burton, Jimmy Spencer. They came out next in line. And there's Ricky Rudd, who has driven his car back out onto the racetrack.
And all of a sudden, championships and all that other stuff doesn't mean so much until they find out the condition of his crewman.
They have naturally closed the pit road. Don't want any race cars coming on and off of there while the safety workers do their thing. And we will stay under the caution flag. Let's go back and take a look at what happened. This was at the end of pit road. Ward Burton coming out of his stall. He and Casey Atwood hit.
And he got about 3 guys, it looks like, maybe and the NASCAR official. The official goes up on the hood and rides the 22 car, and Ward wisely stopped. Thank goodness he did.
So let's take a break while we continue to monitor the situation at the end of pit road. We'll be back.
I wish Dale Jarrett would race the big brown truck. I hope I don't. I'm not driving the truck. I hope you do. I hope I don't. Don't do.
To help keep America moving, Pep Boys just rolled back tire prices. 70,000-mile touring tires rolled back to 4 from $159.96. Raised white letter performance tires rolled back to 4 from $199. Truck and SUV tires rolled back to start at just 4 for $199.96. So for huge savings on all types of tires, roll on over to Pep Boys. All you need to know is where to go. Pep Boys.
Sir, I pulled you over for driving in the carpool lane without a second passenger.
Oh, nice detective work, Sherlock.
What did you say?
What? Nothing.
I'm just gonna let you off with a warning this time. All right.
I got your warning right here.
Woody! I got your ticket right here.
Dodge Stratus. With available 200 horsepower and race-inspired handling, you'll try anything to keep moving.
Nice boots. I didn't know they made those for men.
The Do Crew.
Hey, guys.
9.5. Not bad.
You better not do this on Sunday.
The Do Crew. Fueled by Mountain Dew.
Back at the Homestead Miami Speedway, all attention still focused on the end of pit road after the accident at the end of the pit stops involving Ward Burton and members of Ricky Rudd's crew. There are 2 crewmen down is the report we get to this point, and they're both being attended to by medical personnel to be transported to the infield care center for further attention. Bill Weber's down in the area and continuing to monitor the situation for us, and we'll bring you whatever updates we can as quickly as possible. Let's take a break from Homestead.
What are you doing? What? Who are you guys? Come on, let me go. You got the wrong guy.
Think this is harsh? Well, it's what you do to your car every day. All that stop-and-go driving is torture on your engine. But Pennzoil with Pure Base is formulated to protect against the harshness of all that stopping and starting. We can't change the way you have to drive, but we can protect you from it. Stop-and-go protection from Pennzoil.
Alan Bestwick with Benny Parsons here to tell you about this year's must-have gift from UMI, the NASCAR Winston Cup Yearbook.
Alan, this year's edition is the biggest ever. It includes a special section celebrating 30 years of NASCAR Winston Cup champions. Names like Earnhardt, Petty, Gordon, and even me.
The NASCAR Winston Cup Yearbook is the perfect Christmas gift. It's a true racing collectible. This is the book that's presented at the banquet each year. It's never reprinted, not available in any bookstore, and filled with 300 pages of the best images of the NASCAR Winston Cup season, bound with a rich bonded leather cover.
This book is a great gift, but only limited numbers are available to the public. And at $39.95, they sell out fast. Call 1-800-922-WCUP.
When you purchase your NASCAR Winston Cup Yearbook and the official NASCAR Preview magazine, you get this free commemorative 30 Years of Winston Cup Champion CD. Ask your operator for details. Call 1-800-922-WCUP.
Limited numbers available. Call now.
So, Mrs. Petty, we called Kyle at the track and said, let's have dinner for 2. Dinner for 2? Dinner for crew? They're closed. Ma'am, were you on a cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Patty, I warned you about the static. That explains everything. Here, Sprint PCS built the only all-digital, all-PCS nationwide network, so your calls will be clear.
Thank you. What about them?
I'm thinking drive-through.
$29.99 for 3,000 minutes from Sprint PCS.
I like Allen Iverson because he's not the tallest, but he always plays big.
It's got to be Rasheed Wallace because he loves the spotlight.
Who's your favorite NBA star? From the number 24, welcome back, number 23.
Back at the Homestead Miami Speedway, where the Pennzoil Freedom 400 is under caution. An accident while teams were leaving pit road after their stops. Saw Casey Atwood and Ward Burton collide, sending Burton's car into Ricky Rudd's pit stall where his crew was servicing his car, and has injured 2 members of the Ricky Rudd team. Right now they're being attended to by the safety workers. They're being transported to the infield medical center and will get whatever attention they need, including that medical helicopter if necessary. And obviously we continue to monitor the situation for you, and we'll update you with any information as soon as it becomes available. But a very scary situation. Bill, what can you tell us?
Well, Alan, we're down here on pit road. We're about 15 to 20 feet from the 28 pit stall, and obviously because of the situation, we've decided to stay as far away as possible. You can imagine the emotion in there. A lot of guys obviously very concerned as well as very upset. So Michael McSwain, the crew chief, was overlooking the situation. They have, as you mentioned, taken 2 crew members to the infield care center. I talked to Steve Post, their public relations man. He's going to give us an update as soon as possible. But very tense down there near the 28 pit. We're trying to stay away, obviously, as they try and sort through this situation. And as more information becomes available down here on pit road or from the care center, we'll get it up to you guys right away.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. We take a break from here in Homestead. We'll come back with more coverage in just a minute.
Tell you what, on race day, you better get it right.
You want a hands-on boss.
Yeah.
Terry Labonte.
Terry Labonte.
Check the transmission and the drive shaft.
He's involved in every detail.
Right.
Absolutely.
Hey, if that makes me a perfectionist, 1 more pound. So what? There's a fingerprint on the windshield.
Got it.
Hey, I'm here to win. Blue. The nose needs to be bluer. Blue's good.
Yeah,
Blue's great.
Very good.
That round, Bobby?
No, it's these carts. They're so slow.
Technical finesse and raw power collide when the world's best meet in the skateboard vert finals, plus 6-man street luge. The Gravity Games coming up next on NBC.
Next Saturday, quarterback Carlisle Holiday and the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame host the Midshipmen of Navy. Next Saturday at 2:30 Eastern on NBC.
That is the air ambulance helicopter leaving the Homestead Miami Speedway with one of the members of the Robert Yates Racing team injured in the pit road accident moments ago. Very serious situation as the car of Ward Burton was knocked through the Ricky Rudd team while they were servicing his car exiting pit road.
All right, watch this. That's Casey Atwood, the red car. As he leaves his pits, all of a sudden Ward Burton decides to leave. They make contact, and Ward Burton just gets knocked into the pit crew of Ricky Rudd and also the NASCAR official, who wisely jumped up on the hood of the Cat car.
And, you know, nobody did anything wrong here. Everybody was just trying to get out of their pits. It got 3 and 4 wide. And this isn't one of our tightest pit lanes. There's actually a lot of room here in this pit lane. But when you got 3 or 4 guys going for the same spot, this can happen. And nobody feels worse right now than the guy driving the 22 car right now. That's all Ward's wanting to know is, how are those guys? Let me know what's going on.
Wally, you talked about Cal Wells and this 32 team wearing helmets.
Right. This actually, all the IndyCar teams wear helmets. Everybody that goes over a wall are wearing helmets now. And I just think it's a smart idea. I mean, obviously in a situation like this, a head injury is what you worry about more than anything. So the 32 guys wear helmets. I think that's a good move.
You see the 28 car back in along with the 22 as they try to make some repairs and continue on in the race. There's Michael McSwain with the hammer in his hand, crew chief. And he'll send the driver back out and continue. It's a tough decision. Do you keep going? Do you stop? And Ward Burton's car, that's Tommy Baldwin with the big hammer, the crew chief there, trying to make repairs on his machine. We are one lap from a restart. As you see the field coming down the front stretch, getting that signal. Mark Martin, Kevin Harvick, Jeff Burton, Jimmy Spencer, and Rusty Wallace are the top 5, all just getting 2 tires on their pit stop, as well as the Todd Bodine car in 8th place. He just got 2 tires on his. All these pit crew guys up and down the pit lane have seen this. They've watched this happen. The drivers know that it's happened. How do they put it out of their mind and just go?
I don't think you can. I mean, that's part of the risk in going over the wall. These guys know. It's amazing it doesn't happen more often. I'm glad it doesn't. But once that car comes down pit lane, these guys will hammer the stops and not think about it. Dave Burns.
Well, and I just spoke with a NASCAR representative who, for the moment, has told us that Bobby Burrell, the front tire changer for the 28 car of Ricky Rudd, does have he is unconscious and has had injuries. He is the one that they transported in the helicopter to the Ryder Trauma Center in Miami. So he's on his way. John Bryan is still inside with some sort of injury. They're looking at him there. He is the jackman for the 28 car. And there may have been at least 3 other people, including the official, who we don't have any information on at the moment. We'll stand by and get it to you as soon as we can.
All right, Dave, thank you. And we will bring that information to you as soon as we get it. Green flag, we're back racing. Kevin Harvick going to make a bid for the lead on Mark Martin.
Matt Kenseth's 17 car is 2 laps down. He's up there trying to get in front of the leader. Hope the caution flag comes out, and they're 3 wide off 2.
Joe Nemechek had trouble getting going off the corner. Lead lap cars to the outside, and Dale Jarrett charging to the inside. Jarrett's in 30th place, 1 lap down.
On board with Rusty Wallace as he tries to fight his way through this group of cars. Rusty's back in the 5th, 6th position.
Tony Stewart has just passed Bill Elliott behind Rusty Wallace. He's the next car on Rusty's bumper. There he is, and that orange car is Stewart. Elliott, the pole sitter, in the red number 9. So far, Bill Elliott has led the most laps today.
And Stewart's got such a good car right now. When the way he's going to pass these guys, or probably going to try to pass these guys, is just try to get them arrow loose. He's going to try to put his bumper right on the bumper of the car in front of him, and that's going to slide them up to the racetrack, and he'll turn on them. Or he'll use the apron.
All 4 wheels below the line. Stewart, Elliott, racing for 5th, 6th, and 7th.
On board with Rusty Wallace as he looks back at Tony Stewart. Oh, and there he goes. Now, Rusty's problems aren't over yet because here comes Bill Elliott on the inside in the red number 9 car. He can't quite make that pass.
Elliott led the opening 52 laps of the race. Got back out in front at laps 58 and 59, but he's not led since. Jeff Gordon running 10th.
Wow, Jeff's getting through the middle of the corner good. Real good that lap.
Look at Elliott try the outside.
And it worked.
I remember Rusty Wallace just got 2 tires on his pit stop, and Elliott got 4.
That's one reason it worked so well, yes.
here comes Gordon on Sterling Marlin. This should be for 9th place. And Tony Stewart picking up another spot around Jimmy Spencer. That'd be for 4th. Next car ahead of him will be Jeff Burton in the 99. There are Mark Martin, Jeff Burton, and Stewart. That's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Kevin Harvick, the 29 car, still continues to lead. Harvick is almost 3 seconds in front of Mark Martin. With the 2 lap cars, Kenny Wallace and Matt Kenseth between the 2, Harvick and Mark Martin.
Thinking about Tony Stewart, Benny, did you ever have a track that you just, it was your place? No matter what you drove when you went there, you knew you were going to be good?
No. I sure wish I had them, but I can't say that I did.
Notice I didn't ask Wally.
Go-kart track at Talladega, so it's a strong racetrack for me.
Yeah. Stewart closing in little by little. Remember, Martin and Burton only got 2 tires on their stops.
I see Mark Martin using a lot of that apron down in 1 and 2. And Stewart just close in.
Arrow loose. Little Jeff Burton slip.
I mean, that's the way to do it. When you got a car handling that good, you can get everybody loose in front of you. They slide up the track, you just turn right underneath them.
Wally, why don't you explain to these folks what you're talking about by arrow loose?
I'll try my best. If you're the guy in the back, you got a good car, you pull up right on the bumper of the guy in front. And what you do is you're also taking the air off his rear spoiler, which is not giving any downforce, as well as pushing air up underneath the bumper, which lifts the rear of the car off the ground. So by doing all that, what happens is it takes traction away from the rear tires, and that's what makes the car loose. Zip right on by it. That's what Tony can do right now.
Well, Mark Martin would be his next potential subject of that treatment, but Mark decided to just get out of the way, I think.
Yeah, he didn't want the car to get arrow loose on him because that's very terrifying. So he said, Tony, why don't you try the outside, not right behind me.
Sometimes if you get too arrow loose, you end up arrow crashing. Oh, look at that.
There's a little bit what we're talking about right there, VP.
Teammates, too.
Oh, like that matters.
Yeah. Jeff Burton to 3rd. Tony Stewart to 2nd. Mark Martin back to 4th.
See how long it takes Tony Stewart to run down the Kevin Harvick car, because right now Harvick, while Stewart has been trying to work his way through the field up to the 2nd spot, has pulled out to a 3.5 second lead on Tony Stewart.
Checking that gap. There's Stewart. 2 lap cars, and the white machine is Kevin Harvick.
Well, that time Tony Stewart gained about 0.3 of a second on Harvick.
Kevin Harvick finishing up his rookie season in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. Of course, he took over this car under dreadful circumstances after the death of Dale Earnhardt in February. Harvick got in the car the 2nd weekend of the year in Rockingham, and despite having run 1 less race than the people he's competing with, he's going to finish potentially in the top 10 in the final Winston Cup points. What have you learned this rookie season so far, Kevin?
Yeah, I've matured a lot as a person and as a race driver, and learned a lot through the year, and we've had no choice but to learn. But there are some things that we've done that I wouldn't take back. I mean, as far as racing hard and laying the bumper when you have to use the bumper, those are things that we'll probably do for a long time and have done for a long time. So we're not going to change the style of racing. We're just going to try and zip the old mouth shut sometimes when you don't need to say anything, and just try and put a control on the temper a little bit.
He's angered or frustrated some of his competitors on the track with his aggressiveness. at times. But I don't think you can say any other way than Kevin Harvick has risen beyond the occasion this year. The circumstances under which he got in that car and the way he's performed have been admirable.
Well, he's done a fantastic job this year. There's no doubt about that. There you see the entire Asbestos Rookie of the Year group. Harvick leads that group. 2 wins. Kurt Busch has had a 3rd place finish. But Harvick is very, very talented, has had a terrific year in some very trying circumstances, trying to come in and drive the car that Dale Earnhardt drove before. That's about as trying as it gets.
4th place has changed hands. Jimmy Spencer has gotten by Mark Martin. Here comes Bill Elliott up to challenge that 6 car. Elliott still in search of a victory to end a very long dry spell. September 1994. The last time Bill Elliott took the checkered flag first in a NASCAR Winston Cup race. It's not that he's not been competitive. Seems the days he's been competitive, he doesn't get to the finish. And the days he gets to the finish, he's not finishing up the front close enough to contend for the win.
Yeah, I don't know what they've been working on this car, because this car still looks awfully good. Jeff Gordon's car looks really good through the center. Whatever adjustments they've made on that car has definitely made it better. .370 or more clinches the title today for Jeff Gordon. Ricky Rudd is in 18th place right now, with Gordon running in 7th. He's catching him. I'll tell you who else is catching is Tony Stewart is catching Kevin Harvick.
That was 3.5 seconds, and now the difference between 1st and 2nd's down to 1.25 seconds.
This is a place you can really overdrive easy. You see that car in front of you, and you want to drive that car in a little bit deeper. And as soon as you drive the car in too deep, the car slides up the racetrack. So really have to be disciplined getting into the corners here.
Jeff Gordon has run okay here, but by his standards, not great. His 2 Homestead finishes, 10th in 1999, 7th last year. He's hoping for victory today here in the Pennzoil Freedom 400. We're just past the halfway point of the race, just across 200 miles. Kevin Harvick is the leader. Tony Stewart is trying to reel him in. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
Grandstands and infields, pistons and thunder, muscles and speed, men and machines, speedways and octane, scanners, pit stops, checkered flags and championships, trophies and beer. Start your engines, baby. I'm a race fan.
NBC's coverage of the NASCAR Pennzoil Freedom 400 is brought to you by Pennzoil. We're driving protection. By Sprint PCS, the clear alternative to cellular. By Pep Boys, all you need to know is where to go. Pep Boys. And by Casey Atwood and the Dew Crew, fueled by Mountain Dew.
Hope wherever you are, the weather's as nice as it is here in South Florida. 81 degrees. I don't care what you want to do outdoors, be it on a Sea-Doo or on a racetrack. It is beautiful.
A new leader here at the Homestead Miami Speedway, Tony Stewart. Caught the 29 car of Kevin Harvick going down in turn 1. Got alongside and off turn 2. Goes right by.
He was a couple seconds behind him when we went to the commercial, and he caught him just that fast. So Stewart out in front for the 3rd time today, trying to stay undefeated here at the Homestead Miami Speedway, and see if he can do something about hanging on to 3rd and moving up to 2nd in the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. Harvick is 2nd and a 3rd behind. Then you've got Jeff Burton, Jimmy Spencer, and Mark Martin in the top 5, followed by Jeff Gordon, Bill Elliott, now Casey Atwood up to 8th, Rusty Wallace, and Todd Bodine. Earlier at lap number 111, there was an accident on pit road. If you weren't with us, Ward Burton's car, leaving his pit stall, collided with Casey Atwood's and went through the pit box where Ricky Rudd's team was servicing his car. At least 2 members of Rudd's team injured and taken for medical treatment. And Bill Weber has more on that for us and on how Rudd's team is soldiering on in this race. Bill?
Well, it's really amazing, Alan, not just that Rudd's team is able to continue on, but that so are the rest of the competitors. It's a very unfortunate situation. We all know the dangers involved in this sport. We want to bring you down here to pit road just to give you a little feel of the atmosphere. Still very emotional down here, still very intense. Michael McSwain has climbed back upon the pit box. Right now, Ricky Rudd's new crew members are probably going to get a test. We'll throw it back upstairs. Alan, there's a caution on the track for debris, and these guys probably will come back to pit road. Then we'll come back down here maybe after the stops.
All right, Bill, thanks. 3rd caution of the race. Same reason as the first 2. Debris on the track. Ricky Rudd is running back in 16th place. And guys, the decision to continue on in the race, not an unexpected one on behalf of Robert Yates and Ricky Rudd and his team.
No, it's pretty much what you have to do. Everybody, you know, puts that behind them, that this is part of the business. And like I said, the best thing for them right now is to keep concentrating on the race at hand and go about their business, because you know, these things happen, Pete.
I mean, really, truly, when you see something like that, we don't sit here and do our job, but we've got to, because this race is going on, and we're going to try to bring it to you the best way we can.
No question their thought is constantly on their friends and co-workers, but it is the job. And it is a risk that they accept when they take the job. And
on this caution flag, the 17 car and the 1 car got a lap back. The 1 car, Kenny Wallace, is now back on the lead lap, and the 17 car, Matt Kenseth, got 1 of his laps back.
So now the team has to bear down and concentrate and go over the wall and make a pit stop. Stops will come at lap number 148. Tony Stewart, Kevin Harvick, Jeff Burton, the first 3 coming in, followed by Jimmy Spencer and Jeff Gordon. Marty?
Jimmy Spencer, remember, took 2 tires on the last stop, Alan. They will make a track bar adjustment on this stop, and they're having a lot of trouble with the right rear tire. It'll be 4 tires and 1 round down on the track bar. A little bit loose. To Matt.
Tony Stewart, no adjustments on the 20 car. The 2-time winner here, very happy with his race car. Just needs a bottle of water. Remember, he is battling the flu, and a piece of tape because the air hose from his helmet came loose. To Bill Weber.
Ricky Rudd is safely in his stall. He has the very in stall on pit road, leading directly to pit out. They have a new Jack Man, Shane Callis from the 88 team, Scott Nassett and Kirk Holmquist from the 21 Busch team changed the right front tire. As they were coming down pit road, crew chief Michael McSwain shouted, just 2, just 2. They took just 2 right side tires for track position.
All right, Bill, thank you. Sterling Marlin is going to come off pit road first, followed by Tony Stewart, and then Ricky Rudd. The exit of pit road might not have been very clean for Jeff Gordon and Jeff Green. Look at the left front fender on Gordon's car.
Looks like the left front is bent in on Jeff Gordon's car, and we saw what that did to his car in Charlotte in the Coke 600. You ever see Jeff Gordon in his pits? Starts to leave his pit. All of a sudden, here comes Jeff Green.
Everybody's getting out at the same time today. Yeah, that is not going to help Jeff's cause, I don't believe. He's not too happy about it either.
Left front fender damage for Jeff Gordon. He's in the 9th position now, but he may have to come back to pit road and get that looked at. Under caution, we'll take a break. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
Ving Rhames and William Forsythe, two of America's most wanted criminals, are teaming up. It's a match made in heaven. Let the games begin. Tonight, UC Undercover will take on its 2 worst enemies in a final showdown.
You're not going to like the way this ends.
All new UC Undercover, NBC tonight.
I'm Carrie McClure. Monday morning, we'll show you a new state-of-the-art treatment that's supposed to help lighten age spots, get rid of fine wrinkles, reduce redness, and get rid of spider veins without drugs and without going under the knife. That's Monday.
You want power. You want performance. You need the right team. The Comp Cams team. Comp Cams Research and Development is your team, keeping you on the cutting edge of technology and performance. Your Comp Cams quality control team is checking every component to ensure the highest standard. And your Comp Cams customer service team is waiting to address your needs. The right team for you. All you want, all you need. Comp Cams.
The more life stays the same, the more you want food that's different. Like the original Crystal, our famous burger on a steamed square bun. Now get a sack full of 10 for $4.99. Crystal, little food, big taste.
Maybe it's behavior problems at school. Maybe your child can't seem to concentrate. Before you put your child on mood-altering drugs, we'll tell you some things you need to know about Ritalin and ADD. The Ritalin Reality, Monday on Action News 5 at 10. The Grizzlies take on Golden State Monday on PAX 50.
And welcome back to Homestead under caution. Jeff Gordon has just been on pit road. He is now leaving pit road. He made contact with another car, bent the sheet metal up around the left front tire. They had another car look at it. They looked at it as it went by. They said, Jeff, you're going to have to come in. We're going to need to pull that away. Jeff radioed back that I barely made contact with the other car. They said there's a long way to go in this race. We have to come back and fix it so we don't take any chances. He was here only briefly. They pulled the sheet metal away from the left front and sent Jeff Gordon back out on the racetrack. So we talked at the beginning of this race about how crucial pit stops are, how much traffic there is down here. Unfortunately, it has been well documented here in many ways this afternoon, Alan.
And it looks like, Bill, they've got it fixed pretty good. I mean that thing was really bent up, and if Jeff would have known how bad it was bent, he would have definitely come in. But looks like they got that thing fixed. I watched him coming out of the pits, and you watch Jeff drive right up on the back of 31. I don't think he was real happy with Jeff Green on that. He did get into the rear bumper.
Did Jeff do anything wrong?
No, he didn't do anything wrong. But that's, 3 or 4 guys going for the same real estate, and Jeff got the worst of it, and he's not happy about it.
Jeff Gordon was 9th. When he came off of pit road, he is now 27th.
Well, he's got his work cut out for him, but the car was very good there right before this yellow, so he could make up a lot of ground.
And we saw some more strategy on these pit stops, Marty.
Yeah, Alan, Sterling Marlin came in 11th, out first. They took 2 tires again. Remember, they did that earlier in the race as well, and it really worked for Sterling. He was a little loose on that last run, so they put 1 round in the left side for Sterling Marlin, hoping to tighten him up. Today,
Marty, standing by at the medical center down here in the infield. We've gotten some further reports on the incident on pit road for the 28 guys. First, let's update Bobby Burrell, who appeared to be the most seriously injured. He was actually transported to Jackson Hospital with head injuries. I tried to confirm whether he was conscious or unconscious, and they didn't know, so they really don't know his condition right now. He is on his way for further treatment. As for Johnny Bryan, the jack man, he has a left knee injury and a concussion, but he is alert. He is being transported by ground to the Baptist Hospital hospital nearby. So that is the condition of the Jackman. Kevin Hall, the front tire carrier, has multiple bruises. He will be treated here and will be released from here as far as we know. And the official who is injured, Kenny Lawson, just has some bruises. He'll be treated here and released soon. That's the update.
That 28 is all over Sterling Marlin.
Ricky Rudd's got some fire in his belly right now.
But here comes Tony Stewart on the outside. Ricky Rudd wanted to get by Sterling Marlin. He wanted to lead a lap.
He wants to win this race for his teammates. Plus, with Jeff Gordon having his problem and Rudd's team giving him the strategy, all of a sudden that point thing has turned the other way around. Rudd's running 3rd and Gordon's running back in 25th.
And Rudd knows it.
There it is. He was on the verge of being closed out a little while ago.
And Stewart's on the inside of Sterling Marlin for the lead. Big wiggle, but he's able to hang on and take that lead away. Man, oh man, is that 20 car good.
5th time today, Tony Stewart has led.
Man, that thing is loose right now.
And Ricky Rudd under Sterling Marlin to 2nd.
See how loose that car got? Stewart's car got getting in that corner.
Stewart. Sorry, Walt.
I was just saying the pressure's being down. There's probably a lot of that. The tire pressures aren't built up to where they need to be yet. So these cars are real wiggly until you get that heat and that buildup in the tire. Make them a little bit harder, make them a little bit firmer.
It's Ricky Craven not on the lead lap. First car 1 lap down in that 32 machine, getting by Sterling Marlin. Try to stay in contact with the leaders in case a caution comes out. Maybe he can get a lap back.
Sterling is slipping. He took 4 tires, did he not? He took 2, that's why.
But you know, Ricky Rudd only took 2 tires, Wally, and right now he is giving Tony Stewart about as good of a race as we have seen today.
Jeff Burton to 3rd, Kevin Harvick to 4th, Sterling Marlin back to 5th. Next to challenge Marlin will be Casey Atwood in the 19.
I think once Tony gets his pressures up where they need to be, he'll drive away from that 28.
Marty, what's going on with Sterling Marlin?
Well, we thought it might have been the 2 tires, Benny, but it appears as though it might be the adjustment they made on the car. Remember, we said he was loose, but we put a rounded wedge in the left side. That should tighten him up, but apparently it tightened him up too much now. He's too tight.
As they keep saying, it's like trying to balance on a razor blade, getting the car perfect around these corners. You one side or the other. It's either it pushes too much or it's too loose. It's just never perfect.
Jeff Burton suddenly really got it rolling. He's around the lap car of Ricky Craven and closing in on the front 2. And here comes Harvick. Burton running very, very well at this point. Up from the 19th starting spot, hoping to stop Tony Stewart's win streak at Homestead.
Your boy,
the ovals in racing, only one helps you get to the finish line. Come into AutoZone and check out our special offers on Pennzoil Synthetic and Synthetic Blend.
We are classic car nuts.
We love these cars, and we spend hours and hours talking about them.
When this car needs tires, I take it to Walmart
because they really do handle it with care. I stand there right outside the bay and watch.
Everything one stop. You've got it right here.
They have name brands. They have great prices.
I need some carburetor cleaner. I like Michelin's on this car.
Personally, I'm a Goodyear man.
Brand name tires, oil changes, and more at Walmart Tire and Lube Express.
Our wives really wonder who we're married to, these cars or them.
NBC's coverage of the NASCAR Pennzoil Freedom 400 is brought to you by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge. By Pennzoil, we're driving protection. By Budweiser, with the crisp, clean, refreshing taste you'll find in no other beer. This Bud's for you. And by Motorola. Check out the smartest new wireless technology at Motorola.com.
Tony Stewart is the leader of the Pennzoil Freedom 400, 250 miles in. Stewart leading at this mile-and-a-half track is quite a familiar sight. This is the third running of this Pennzoil 400, and both previous editions featured Tony Stewart leading the final lap, taking the checkered flag. 1999, Stewart with the victory, while Dale Jarrett wrapped up the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship that day. Then last year, Stewart dominating the race, while his Joe Gibbs teammate Bobby Labonte claimed his first NASCAR Winston Cup trophy and almost dropped it as soon as he got it. Stewart out in front for the 5th time today. Seems like between people playing strategy on the pit stops, he's losing the lead on pit road, not because his crew's not working well, but because other people are taking 2 tires, and then he's just marching right back. How about Bobby Labonte, his teammate?
Currently in 11th position. He's about 10 seconds behind Tony. The 66 car, direct in front of Bobby Labonte, is in 10th. That's Todd Bodine. Marty, what's going on with Bobby?
Well, they've been fighting a loose race car for most of the day, Vinny, but they've been actually fairly happy. I would not be surprised to see these guys try some pit strategy late in the race, because that's what they need, is track position. Now, just like his teammate, Bobby Labonte is also fighting the flu, but he's on the back end of it. He has requested water on every stop, but he feels much better than his teammate evidently does.
Did you see Todd Bodine just drive across the apron?
He's all over that apron. He's been doing it every lap.
But he's running 10th.
Yeah, it's working for him.
Todd taking just 2 tires on a stop a little bit ago. Speaking of Dale Jarrett, we saw him there in our flashback. How's he doing today? Not too good. 33rd place a lap down, Matt.
And one of the biggest surprises is Dale Jarrett not running up front. Todd Perry, you said your car was having trouble turning in the center of the corner at happy hour. You made a lot of changes. How's your race car? Is it still tight in the center?
Well, Benny, like you guys said yesterday in the tower, not too good. Well, nothing has changed since yesterday in happy hour. Things aren't still too good. Biggest concern right now for me is my brother-in-law. I hope he's doing okay. He was Jackman down on at 28. Bobby Burrell, I hope everything's okay with him right now. We've been changing stuff just like we've been doing all weekend long. We'll keep changing stuff to the checkered flag falls, and just use the rest of this race as a test, because, yes, Benny, you are right. We are not too good.
33rd, 1 lap down, but obviously, Benny, their thoughts and prayers are with their teammates up pit road.
I didn't realize that John Bryan was Debbie's brother. We've gotten to know John and all those guys on the 28 car pretty well. Most of us take a charter back to Charlotte, and those guys are on the airplane.
And right now our thoughts are with him.
Exactly.
Again, an accident on pit road at lap number 111. 2 members of the Robert Yates Racing team have been transported to local hospitals for treatment. Bobby Burrell and John Bryan. And we'll continue to pass along further updates as we get them. Kevin Harvick took 3rd spot away from Ricky Rudd before, just a moment ago, while we were talking to Todd Parrott. and had a little moment just after he did it.
Kevin's car is a little bit loose as well, but he's still pretty fast, so he must be pretty comfortable with it being loose like that.
Looking down on the Homestead Miami Speedway, courtesy of the United States Army, an Army of one. There are 212 ways to be a soldier. Find out more at GoArmy.com.
Oh, Ricky's using all that racetrack getting off the corner. Trying to get as much speed as he can out of this 28 car. He only changed 2 tires the last time. A lot of the competition changed 4.
That's Casey Atwood, who was right behind Ricky Rudd, trying to creep in and take a spot in the 19 car. Casey started on the outside of the front row, has led 15 laps of this race. Did it back from lap 64 to 78. And now just past 250 miles, he's still hanging in there with a good run. So what about Jeff Gordon? Damage on... Listening to he and Robbie Loomis talk. Damage on pit road, leaving at lap 148. Fell from 9th to 27th after an extra stop for repairs. Billy's gained a few of those spots back.
Yeah, but right now, Ricky Rudd's got him right where he wants him, back there in traffic, and as you heard just moments ago, bad loose. In fact, it was a little more descriptive than that a few laps earlier. Very badly loose race car. He's back there in traffic. He got trapped behind John Andretti for a number of laps, could not get around the 43. Finally managed to work around that. But between how loose his car is and the air, Benny, that bats them around back there, he's having a lot of trouble. Remember, we talked earlier in the race how his car is good in clean air and running in the top 4 or 5. He had a lot of clean air. You're back there in the 24th position, 25th position now for Gordon. There's a lot of air moving around, and you just cannot get past those cars.
That's one thing that Jeff Gordon, Robbie Loomis, that entire crew, that's what they try to do, is stay up front, because this car runs beautifully in front, but it really struggles when it gets back in traffic.
370 or better at the end of the day, and Gordon wraps up the Winston Cup title. Less than that, it goes to Atlanta at noon Eastern time next Sunday on NBC.
And get back to what Benny was talking about. The reason for that, these cars, they're so aerodynamic. You need all that air pushing down on the car by yourself to get the most grip as possible. When you're around other cars, they're kind of robbing you of some of that air, so you don't have the full downforce that you would all by yourself.
Kevin Harvick, Ricky Rudd, Casey Atwood, and Bill Elliott racing for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th behind Tony Stewart, just past 250 miles.
It's different down here. NASCAR Thunder 2002 EA Sports. It's in a game.
Rated E for everyone.
Trucks. Fundamentally tougher than any panty-waist car. Hey, no one ever wrote a song about his first hatchback. At Craftsman, we figured the only thing better than trucks is racing trucks. So we're the official tools of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Tough trucks, tougher drivers, and the toughest tools. Craftsman.
Back at the Homestead Miami Speedway, where the Pennzoil Freedom 400 has just gone under the yellow flag. Same reason for a caution we've had all day. Debris. 4th caution, all for stuff coming off race cars and dropping onto the track.
Tony Stewart's not very happy about that. Every time he sees the yellow, he sees his lead disappear.
Less than 30 laps from the last set of pit stops. We'll see some people try 2 tires here. Will Jeff Gordon try 2 tires to make up some of that lost track position?
I think you have to, don't you, BP? I mean, that's the only way you're going to pass 15 cars.
And the leader, Tony Stewart, the first time today they will make a wet adjustment as Jeff Gooch Patterson made it in the left rear. 4 tire change, and they're going to make an air pressure adjustment in the right rear because Tony said his car was too free from the center. Off to Bill.
Ricky Rudd is a man driven right now, racing to stay in the championship chase, racing for his fallen teammates here. They were injured earlier. This is a 4-tire stop. Watch the guys on the left front for the 21 Busch team. A long stop. stop. They had to take 4 because they took 2 last time.
But look at Jeff Gordon. He comes out right behind Ricky Rudd. Big.
Tough situation for Rudd's team. Bringing in substitute players, and you know, they're going to have a slower stop than the guys that would have normally been there, and it cost him some spots and put Gordon right up on his bumper.
Yep.
Another close call on pit road.
I saw this as everybody was coming out and scrambling. Watch right here. The 19 car comes out, and it's almost in the same situation, and there's the 28 right to his left again.
Mark Martin on the brakes.
Well, he just barely goes by the crewman on the 43 car, the tire carrier, as Casey was leaving the pits.
Marty Snyder.
Well, Sterling Marlin came down pit road 8th. Allen, remember, took 2 tires last time. He talked about the car being tight. This time 4 tires. They talked about strategy also at the end of the race, wanting to do 2 tires under green. If it is under green at the end of the race, they took that round of wedge back out of the car. Today, Burns.
Marty, Jimmy Spencer was running 14th. They took on 2 tires only, and he's all the way up to 2nd now. Now, that's a good gamble for them because the last time they took on 2 tires, they had a good run. The very last time, they took on 4 and made a big adjustment that helped him get better off the corner. So, the 26 team are making the right calls, and Jimmy's car is getting better.
Got a lot of guys have taken 2 tires on this stop. We'll reset the situation for you and come back for the restart after this on NBC.
You're on the 405. There's a problem on the 10. How do you get to the 91 without using the 72? The GPS system. Everybody get that? Are you in the right class?
Lock! Unlock! Lock! Unlock! GPS, ABS, anti-theft. You're smarter than 99% of the cars out there. But if you think you can just coast through here, you're wrong. You gotta get that convertible off your mind, dude.
Motorola, making things smarter and life simpler.
Dear Kurt, how is training camp? Are you getting along with the other boys? This new chunky soup will fill you up right after a fun-filled day. No! New chunky beef rib roast with potatoes is loaded with lean chunks of savory rib roast for a taste of home while you're away. Lights out! I miss you, Pumpkin. Love, Mom.
You all right, Kurt?
Yeah, I'm okay.
New Campbell's Chunky Homestyle Classics.
Like Mom used to make.
Next Sunday, NASCAR roars into Atlanta. Noon Eastern, the Napa 500. Back in March, rookie Kevin Harvick and Jeff Gordon battled door-to-door in one of NASCAR's most amazing finishes ever. The Battle of Atlanta Part 2. Next Sunday, noon Eastern on NBC NASCAR.
U.S. Marine Captain Eric Kapitulik. On a training mission, the unthinkable happened. A helicopter crash claimed the lives of 7 of his men. Now he races in honor of the victims and their families. A very patriotic Ironman Triathlon World Championship. Next Sunday at 4:30 Eastern on NBC.
So, you racing Saturday night?
The Kellys. Exclusively on NASCAR.com. America Online keyword NASCAR.
Checking our Napa Field summary on the progress of the Pennzoil Freedom 400. 7 different leaders today. Bill Elliott and Tony Stewart have led the most laps. Sterling Marlin, Kevin Harvick, Casey Atwood, Mark Martin, and Michael Waltrip have also led. No cars out of the race. And the caution flags have all been for debris. 83, 111, 148, and 174 are the laps they came out. We're at 177 now. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Okay, less than 1 to go here on top of the pit box with Michael McSwain. How are you doing, and how is your driver doing under these very tough circumstances?
Well, we're doing okay. I mean, of course, our hearts are with our brothers and family. They got hurt out here. They know we love them. They know we're with them. And this is what they want us to do, keep digging, try to win this thing for them.
Your driver obviously very motivated. You had to take 4 tires on that stop, but with 2, he seemed very strong.
Yeah, I think we've got the car a lot better. We're still not quite as good as Tony, not quite where we need to be. But we'll just keep plugging at, you know, we're kind of set up now
the scenario like we want to be. A lot of people took 2 then, and we don't have to take 4 next time.
And you did have to make, obviously, some changes in your pit crew.
Yeah, well, we got the guys from RCR helped us out, and a couple other teams. I don't know, there must have been 10 different teams down here wanting to help us out, because you know how this NASCAR is, one big family.
All right, thanks for your time. Our prayers are with you.
Thank you, bro.
Michael McSwain getting ready to go green here in about half a lap, Alan.
Yeah, they'll fight each other for a position, but when something like this happens, everybody's there to help.
Exactly.
Ricky Rudd, as a result of having to take those 4 tires, fell to 15th place for the restart. Top 3 cars with our Williams race chase bubbles. There you see Jeff Gordon and Ricky Rudd way back in traffic.
But Michael McSwain brought up an awfully good point. All these cars that change 2 tires now, they're only going to make 1 more stop. And we'll see them, all the guys that change 4 will only change 2 the next time.
That's right, Benny. If they do it under green, that's going to be a big advantage for them to change only 2 tires.
Tony Stewart around Mike Wallace for 3rd. Coming up on Jimmy Spencer in the 26. And your leader is Kevin Harvick. I counted 7 cars that just changed right side tires on those pit stops. Harvick, Mike Wallace, Jimmy Spencer, Terry Labonte, Michael Waltrip, Johnny Benson, and Kenny Wallace.
And this is the 2nd time in a row that Kevin Harvick has only changed 2 tires. He must be landing on those left sides going the rest of the way.
Sure doesn't look all that uncomfortable for him.
No, I mean, he's running very well, but really, how's he going to change 4 the next time?
Here comes Stewart, 2nd spot. Couldn't quite cut under Spencer off that corner. But Jimmy's going to give him that position into 1. Why fight the inevitable?
I was going to say.
Gotta hang tough. Stay with him now.
And I tell you what, Jeff Gordon almost had a big-time problem up in 3 and 4 that last lap. There he is as he tries to go by the 0-1 car.
That's for 24th spot.
And he was running 17th. Watch this up in turn 3 on the outside of the 31 car. Just gets you loose going in the corner and watch as he goes up the hill. And all those cars, all those positions, all those points going by him. Dale Earnhardt Jr. Oh, a little Touching Jr. there.
That's why he got loose getting in.
All clear. All clear.
I didn't see that the first time.
Nice save.
That could have been big.
Flat as this racetrack is, it's hard to catch one when it starts running up the track.
Yep, when you get up there in the marbles and all that dirt and rubber up there, it takes about 3 or 4 laps to get your tires cleaned off. Now he's behind John again, where he had so much trouble before the yellow.
So he's racing Andretti for 26th place now. Only 28 cars on the lead lap. I say only, that's a lot, but whoa, look at Andretti. Way up the bank.
And watching Leffler and the 09 car, Jeffrey Bodine, just lay on each other as they came off the 2nd corner.
They're not racing for a spot.
And Dale Jarrett appears to be off the pace up in 3 and 4.
He looks like he's got a tire going down.
Can't get to the bottom to get to pit road.
And meanwhile, Jeff Gordon does get by the 43 car. That's sure what it looks like on DJ, a flat tire.
Right rear. Yeah, the tire's up.
I don't know.
I got something wrong. I just can't tell you which tire it is right now.
There it is. I got something wrong. I just can't tell you which tire it is.
That side don't. Very low. Move your way in.
So Dale Jarrett heading for the pit lane. Costly green flag stop. He's already back in 35th place, 1 lap down.
And I don't think he can go the rest of the way on fuel. So I think he's going to have to stop again.
3rd place. Mike Wallace on Jimmy Spencer. Wallace in the 12 through. Jeff Burton follows him.
And Jeff Burton is 99 car. Just before this last caution flag, he was about as fast as Tony Stewart. He might have the 2nd best car in the field. Matt, he's coming to you, the 88.
Well, they're originally just going to change left side tires, Benny. Bob Jeffrey, the spotter, said the right sides look good, but DJ said it felt like it might be something with the right rear. So then Todd, right before the 88 got to his box, said, let's go 4, let's go 4. So they are going to change 4 tires and not take a chance that they might miss the tire that's going down.
How about Jeff Burton getting Mike Wallace loose into turn 1?
Yeah. That's what you got to do here. If your car works good enough and you can get on somebody's bumper, that's the easiest way to pass somebody here at Homestead, is to get the car in front of you loose so they slide up the racetrack and you just turn underneath them and pass them.
Who'd have thought stock car racing would come to using air as an offensive tool?
You just want to make sure you're good enough so they can't come back and do the same thing to you a couple laps later.
Matt, what about the 88? Was it a flat tire?
Benny, it looks like things have gotten a lot worse for Dale Jarrett. When he left pit road, they feel like now he may have a broken rear axle. They're talking about taking him back to the garage. Todd Parris says it, to the garage.
Oh, man.
There are no cars out of this race yet. Time spent behind the wall for repairs could put Dale Jarrett as a last place finisher.
Wow.
Wouldn't have thought that when the day started, even though things weren't too good yesterday in final practice. He's catching him. Tony Stewart in that orange number 20, slowly reeling in Kevin Harvick for the race lead. Though with those 2 tires, Harvick is still running a very quick pace.
I mean, he's running very, very good. Bill, what's going on with the 29? Are they not going to change left sides again?
Well, let's find out. We're with crew chief Kevin Hamlin down here in the pits. This morning you told me this car was no good. It's pretty good.
Who told you that?
You told me that.
I didn't tell you that, Weber. Yeah, you did. Well, actually, we haven't been very good this weekend. And, you know, we've been going back and forth between the AC Delco car and the Jim Goodrich car and trying to get both of our setups the same. And finally, yesterday during the race, I went down there and told Todd, I said, Todd, you just need to give me all 4 springs and shocks after your race, and we'll just put them in our buggy and see what happens. So it's helped us out considerably, but that 20 and 99 are really fast.
Is your pit crew just going to get half pay today? Because you're changing 4 tires.
Well, we've been doing this 2-tire, 4-tire deal, and track position means a whole lot at these flat tracks. So we're just kind of trying to play that out, see how it shakes out at the end of the day here.
Yeah, you may need to take 4, huh?
Well, we might, but one of our tire changers got wounded during the pit stop when the 93 had a hair gun stuck, got hung up in a car, and drug it out, hit him in the leg. So we're working a little wounded there, too.
All right, well, I just want to be on the record. He did tell me this morning in the garage this car was no good, but they did get information from the 2 Busch car, and guess what? It's helping.
I guess.
Yeah, and that, you know, and I think by looking at that car yesterday, BP, you know, it looked like the rear of the car was up and the nose was down. I got to believe they got some pretty big rear springs in that car.
I talked to some guys down there this morning. The right rear spring in all these cars is the strongest spring in the car. Stronger than the front, right front, left front. Trying to keep that back up like you're talking about.
And also the front springs are soft to keep the nose down, trying to keep that nose stuck. You know, we think that there may be a broken axle on the 88 BP. I wanted to take a look at his pit stop to see. Sometimes when they leave the pit, if they leave one long stripe on the right rear.
Oh, yeah.
See, the right rear spinning, the left rear doesn't look like it is. Let's take a look at the left rear here.
That's good. Very, very good, Wally. Yeah. You're right. It definitely was a broken axle. And they could tell that by looking on the pit road. They could tell what's going on. Dave?
They have gone in to change the left rear axle. They believe that is the one that is broken. DJ's going to start up the car now. He remained in the car. Winter nut came up. And that was fast. If they did, I believe they did change the left rear axle. That's the one they think was broken.
Tightening down the cover over the axle there on the right rear. They probably pulled that one just to make sure.
It had to be broken right on the end, because if it had broken inside the gear, they would have to pull the gear out to get the piece out from inside.
Right. Slowly very slowly. Tony Stewart is collapsing Kevin Harvick's lead.
Hey, what? I'm impressed with that 29 car on 2 tires like that.
I'm telling you, hey, he is not going to change tires the rest of the day. I mean, left side tires. He'll go in and change rights and get some fuel, but he might even change any tires the next time.
And while we were talking earlier with Bill Weber, I believe it was, Michael Waltrip you saw pass Mike Wallace and move up to 4th. Michael Waltrip has finished no better than 5 laps down in the 2 previous races here, and he's running 4th.
A terrific run for Michael.
Started 8th, had a good run in the Busch Series race yesterday. New crew chief and a lot of confidence all of a sudden around Michael. There's his scoring serial.
And the 17 car, Matt Kenseth, we talked to him on the radio at the very start of the race. How about his last 3 races been going so well, and he qualified better, and he's got a very good race car. But that alternator, that problem they had with the alternator has gotten him a couple laps down. He's got one of them back, but he's still 1 lap down in 29th position.
You're right, Benny. His lap times have been really good. They've been in about the top 5, so he has a fast race car.
Talked about Michael Waltrip and his new crew chief, Richard Slugger Labby, seeming to hit it off. Running 4th right now, Matt.
Well, let's talk to Slugger. Slugger, you coming before the race, and Michael had a lot of confidence coming in. He certainly is having a very good day. How about your car? Can you take it to victory lane?
Everything's doing pretty good right now. You know, Michael's confidence is pretty good. We went to Atlanta and tested this week, and ever since that test, he's been really pumped up. And today, he's driving the wheels off that thing. Yesterday, he had a good run in the Busch car, and we had the same setup in both cars, and it's working good right now. So keep our thumbs crossed and see what happens.
He started out the year in victory lane. Now Michael Waltrip trying to end it late in the season with another W. To Marty.
Well, Matt, a little while ago, and changed for the lead up front as Tony Stewart goes around Kevin Harvick. And a little while ago, I was talking about Mike Wallace and to his crew chief, Peter Suspinzo. And Peter, you guys took 2 tires. You said all you needed was track position. It seems like it's working out pretty well for you.
Yeah, so far it's working out pretty good. Hopefully, we wouldn't mind seeing a caution here with a few laps. Right about now would help, but we'll do whatever we can. And if we stay, make the next green flag, stop, it'll be 4 tires for sure.
Battle for the lead on the track, side by side. Those guys go into turn 1.
Tell you what, Harvick is not just laying over and letting him go. He's racing Stewart hard.
And he's pinning Stewart down enough to where right there Stewart got the car loose. Stewart's having to keep the car, pinch it down. So Kevin is keeping him down low. That's what you have to do defensively.
Wow. Stewart crowding him a little bit, trying to get him to squeeze over.
Now watch Kevin try to come back on the inside. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now this is the racing we've been looking for at this track for a couple of years, right here.
Good stuff right there.
Yes. They're running awfully hard with 100 miles left to go.
They're having fun.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what this is all about. When you're a driver and you got a good race car and you're racing with another good driver who's got a good race car, this is why you race right here. You could just see Stewart's car move around that little bit.
But what Tony Stewart is concerned about, it's allowing Jeff Burton in the 99 car to get closer and closer and closer to them.
You're right, Benny, and that's what Tony wants, to get by this 29 and make some distance between him and Jeff Burton, because Jeff is fast.
Here comes Stewart. Trying to get alongside again. Harvick slipped up in the middle of 1 and 2, and Stewart drove right below that white line.
But you're right, Wally. This is what it's all about right here. They make a lot of money, but this is what they do it for. Exactly what these guys are going through right now.
No quitting Harvick on this one.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
That's great stuff.
Let's see if Stewart can clear him this time.
Kevin gave him a little bit more room, but he's still got him pinned down tight enough where Stewart can't get on the gas right there.
And here comes Jeff Burton. He's now in the picture.
Stewart ran it in hard, but Harvick tried to stay with him. And Jeff is picking up this draft on these guys. That's helping him really catch him.
Stewart finally takes that spot away.
Was that 4 laps they ran like that? Tony Stewart finally back out in front. That's the toughest time he's had getting the lead all day. And he better look in the mirror, because here comes that 99 car.
Yeah, how much trouble is Jeff Burton going to have getting by Kevin Harvick? He turned under him, but is Harvick going to race Jeff Burton? No. Oh. Jeff Burton did it in 1 straightaway, what it took Tony Stewart 4 laps to do.
Well, I'm not sure Kevin didn't heat those tires up maybe a little bit too much, sliding that car up in the high line. As mentioned, the Dale Jarrett is now 10 laps down in 42nd place. After the time behind the wall to change the axle, he is back out on the track.
Yeah, the 77 car of Robert Presley is on the racetrack, but he is 11 laps down. I saw him go in the garage area earlier. Not sure exactly what kind of problem he had.
So far, nobody is out of this race. There's Richard Childress looking on. Owner of Kevin Harvick's car, as well as the 31 that Jeff Green is driving today.
What happened to the 77 car when he went in the garage area?
Benny, you ask, I'll give you the answer. I'll tell you. They had a brake problem, Benny, and you use a lot of brakes here at Homestead. People don't really realize that because it's such a big racetrack. These corners are so flat, it's easy to wear out the brakes. That was a problem for Robert Presley. They had to actually replace the master cylinder. They also replaced the brake pads and calipers and all that as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Marty. Yeah, it's not a place where you get on the brakes really hard. You don't get down to the corner and slam on the brakes, but you are on the brakes for a long time. You're just using a little bit of brake, but you ride your foot on that brake pedal till about right here. Then you roll off the brakes and get back in the gas.
Gently get back in the gas. From the sound of it on Harvick's car. Inside the final 100 miles here at Homestead.
Excuse me, can you take Timmy to tuba practice?
No problem. Hey, mister. Battle of Gettysburg? No problem. Can you take me to the truck, please? No problem.
Tu peux nous amener à l'école?
Dodge Caravan. It offers an exclusive power rear hatch.
Hey, my pony.
And 972 seating configurations.
Never once did your car ask you for flowers. Never once did it ask you if it looks fat. Or did it get mad at you for leaving the seat up? Doesn't it deserve something special in return?
Oh, there's no place like home for...
This holiday season, Lowe's brings home improvement home for the holidays. With gifts at every price, for everyone. Whether you spend $100, $50, even $30. And Lowe's promises low prices every day, guaranteed. For 55 years, we've been helping families celebrate the holidays.
You can't beat home, sweet home.
And improving home improvement.
Good luck today.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
To race with courage.
Everyone falls down. It's just how fast you get up.
To risk it all.
I can't do this.
Don't overdrive the car.
You must be driven. Order Driven on pay-per-view and enter the Driven to Win sweepstakes at NASCAR.com for your chance to win an ultimate day of racing at Driving 101.
Your car never nags. It never complains about how much time you spend with the guys. It thinks a little gas is a good thing. Here's to the perfect relationship.
Back at the Homestead Miami Speedway, Tony Stewart is the leader of the Pennzoil Freedom 400 with just about 100 miles to go. Story of the day so far, an unfortunate pit accident at lap 111 in which 2 members of Ricky Rudd's crew were injured. Bobby Burrell and John Bryan taken to hospitals. Burrell with a head injury and Bryan with a left knee injury and concussion. And we have no further updates on their condition at this time. We'll bring that information to you as soon as we're able to get it. The would-be champion has been struggling, and he's come to pit road early. Bill Weber.
Bad loose on these 2 tires, and a few laps ago Jeff Gordon radioed in and said, I'm sorry guys, I made a bad call going for 2 tires. This time it's a chassis adjustment and 4 tires trying to correct that loose condition. Jeff had to come in now. Robbie said it's okay, we're in our window, we're short pit, we'll make up as much as we can. Took a little bit longer than they'd hoped for right there. They've gone from a strong car running in the top 5 to running in the back of the pack.
As long as the caution doesn't come out till everybody else makes a pit stop, Gordon's not going to be severely hampered. He'll have a chance to race back up through, but from now until everybody else pits about, what, 25 laps from now, 20 laps from now, they're going to be on pins and needles.
That's right. Well, he did lose 1 lap. I was trying to see if he was going to lose 2 laps, but it was only 1 lap.
1 7/8.
Yeah, exactly.
1 and a bunch.
Tony Stewart is coming off turn 4 now as Gordon comes to the start-finish line. So there's Stewart, orange car. He just tucked in behind Rick Mast up there. There's Tony. So say 1 3/4 laps. So just to get back to where he was, which was the last car on the lead lap, Gordon needs this to stay green through a cycle of pit stops.
Yeah, if the caution flag should come out right now, that would really hurt the 24 car.
Expecting pit stops to be in the vicinity of lap 234 for the leaders. They were all in under the caution flag at 174. 60 laps, that had put them around 234. Then the question becomes, with 267 the race distance, 33 laps to go at that point, do you get just 2 tires? You won't need the full tank of fuel.
Yeah. My guess is they will just get 2 tires, yes, and 1 can of fuel.
We got Rusty Wallace here. We were talking about how much you use to brake here. Let's go on board to our foot cam. See how much brake Rusty uses getting into the corner. He's off the brakes a long time. He's off the throttle a long time too.
And he's moving his foot off the brake. He's hitting the clutch pedal. That is strictly by accident. When Rusty views his tape and watches it, he will not realize that he's hitting that clutch until he sees it on tape.
See how long he's on the brake? He's on the brake right to about the center of the turn. And it's not so much to slow the car down. It actually helps pin the nose down to the racetrack, helps the aerodynamic on the nose to make the front turn better. Hard on the brakes right here, then he'll start coming off the brakes, then start feeding the throttle very gently.
And while we watch this, Matt Yoakum can tell us more about Rusty Wallace.
Well, Alan, when you look at pit strategy for this final round of pit stops, a number of teams are looking at 2 tires. Rusty Wallace actually tried 2 tires earlier in the race, just trying to get an idea if that may be the way they want to go on their last stop, but he didn't really like it. The car was skating, pushy, loose. A few other teams, though, the 5 of Terry Labonte and the 9 of Bill Elliott, are seriously considering making their last stop going with the 2-tire plan.
And pushy loose, folks, is when the car, when you go into the corner and the car's pushing, and you're turning the steering wheel and the car won't turn, and then you pick up the gas and all of a sudden it catches and the car gets loose getting off the corner. How about it, Dave? Got some information on braking?
Well, in my days of driving down mountains, you find that they don't like you to ride the brakes, which is basically what we're doing here in Homestead, staying on them that long. If you hit them hard and come back off of them, you save your brakes. So you can relate that to your passenger car. But yesterday's race winner, Joe Nemechek, was talking with some of his guys this morning, and he said, I was flat out of brakes at the end of yesterday's race, and he won. So he used the brakes a long time, and they wore out, but he had none left practically by the end of the race.
And that race was 300 miles. Not 400 like today's race.
But that's okay. That's what they're there for. You can use them. It's just to make sure you don't run out of them.
Rusty Wallace passed his brother Mike while we were in the discussion about his technique. He's up to 9th now. He's 7.1 seconds behind leader Tony Stewart. Stewart has now led the most laps today. He's led nearly 100 miles of this event, and we've still got 51 laps to go. Stewart, Burton, Harvick, Waltrip, and Atwood are your top 5. We're back to Homestead in a minute.
My heroes don't catch touchdowns. They don't slam dunk. They don't hit home runs. They don't score goals. They don't give smackdowns. My heroes burn rubber. They bite steel. They bleed octane. They risk their life in every turn, on every track, in every race. My heroes race cars. Fast cars.
Look, this is a dirty fuel injector. This is a clean one. As you can see, cleaner works better. That's why I use STP fuel injector cleaner in my car. I add STP every time I change my oil. STP, it's basic car maintenance.
Well, folks, everything will be decided today.
If you want to win in today's world, you can't afford to go it alone.
It looks like the red team is a
It takes teamwork and training to win, just like the winning team that builds quality cars and trucks on the assembly line. UAWGM, assembly line to finish line, teamwork wins.
Look, this is a dirty fuel injector. This is a clean one. As you can see, cleaner works better. That's why I use STP fuel injector cleaner in my car. I add STP every time I change my oil. STP, it's basic car maintenance.
I saw Dr. Miller this morning. I'm pregnant.
Oh, honey, I love you.
Life is filled with choices. Would you rather do this or this? This or this? Or how about this? Watch as the world's most daring cowboys try to tame one of nature's fiercest beasts. The Bud Light Professional Bull Riders World Challenge. Live Sunday, November 25th on NBC.
It's the Pennzoil Freedom 400 from the Homestead Miami Speedway, live on NBC. Looking down on the track today from the Budweiser.com airship, reminding all race fans that Budweiser is NASCAR's official beer. "46 laps to go. Tony Stewart is leading once again. 6th time today he's led. He's won the previous 2 runnings of this Homestead race, and he's out in front by 3 seconds on Jeff Burton, coming up on a final round of pit stops.
And Jeff Burton all of a sudden is struggling in the 99 car. The Citgo car was right up on the back bumper, and as you said, 3 seconds behind Tony Stewart.
Here's Jeffrey Bodine, the 09 car, his 2nd start of the season, driving in a machine from Brother Brett's shops. He's in 35th place. And there is the 2nd place car of Jeff Burton. If you're Greg Zipadelli, Tony Stewart's crew chief, you take 2 or 4 tires on this stop.
Well, it depends how many second lead I have when I come down pit lane. If I had a good 4, 5, 6 second lead, I think I'd take 4.
Probably no question Frankie Stoddard, Jeff Burton's crew chief, will go for 2.
They have to.
And we've seen some cars pit during a commercial break. Mike Wallace pitted the 12 car, was running about 10th or 12th, but was struggling.
Trouble. Stacy Compton has hit the wall. Turn 1. Caution flag is out.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Leader has taken the caution. Jeff Gordon has been trapped back in 31st place.
A lap down.
The leader's already gotten the caution.
Well, it'll all take 4 now, I guess, or most of them.
Caution came out as Tony Stewart was coming off turn 4. So before Jeff Gordon had a chance to think about getting a lap back, it was over. Now the pace car did not pick up the leader, so pit road is going to be closed this time.
We're a lap down now.
And that's Jeff Gordon's radio there. first crash we've had all day, and let's take a look at what happened.
They're comped the 92 cars trying to get under the 22. He got on the brakes. Talk about brakes. He really got on them hard. And when he did, he got it loose.
See his hands fighting that steering wheel, too. Boy.
Warburton's going to see that replay and go, thank you.
Thank those brakes.
And Stacy did everything he could to keep it off that 22 car.
Yes. So that 92 team still needing sponsorship for next year. One of several teams as we close this 2001 season who don't know what's happening in the months ahead for them. Finds his day ending against the turn 1 wall. 43 laps to go. Now it's the bubble about 2 and 4 tires because you're going to need more than that 1 can of fuel.
You know me.
You want 4.
I want 4.
Yeah. I think if I'm Stewart's team, I take 4.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. If you're the leader, you got to take 4.
See the safety workers there with Stacy Compton.
Mike Wallace, as I was saying.
And here comes Stacy out of the car, by the way, BP. Sorry to interrupt you, but he started to climb out. That's always a good sign. He hit that driver's side first on that wall.
Tony Stewart has to be careful not to pass the pace car. He's on that ring road, but a very shorter distance, but you still can't pass the pace car.
Watch, right before he gets to that, he should speed up right here.
Watch him try to get that a little bit of advantage.
Yep, but that didn't work.
Jeff Burton was right with him. Crucial pit stops. Who takes 2 tires? Who takes 4, Dave?
Jimmy Spencer is going to take 4. His car is the loosest it's been all day. They're going to make also a chassis adjustment to fix that. Up pit road to Marty.
4 tires for Sterling Marlin. Very good. It'll be no adjustments. They are very happy with the car. To Matt.
A 4-tire change for Tony Stewart. Greg Zipadelli told me that was her game plan all along. And he's down and away. To Bill.
It is 4 tires this time. 4 tires for Kevin Harvick. They warned him about spinning the tires, leaving his pit stall. There was just too many laps left to take just 2.
I saw Bill Elliott just get 2. I saw Jason Leffler just get 2. There's another car ahead of them on that exit to the pits. Casey Atwood, that's who it was, that also just got 2 tires.
And Casey Atwood and Bill Elliott both have been running pretty consistent speeds. Again, not for the lead. They were running back in 5th and 6th position, but they were running very good.
And want to follow up and check on Jeff Green. He may have just gotten 2 tires in the 31 car. So the 2 cars that started the race on the front row, the 9 and 19, are going to take over the front 2 spots in the race again. Atwood, though, will come out with the lead. Elliott will be second, and the man who has dominated most of this race is going to be 4th in line, Tony Stewart. Clean it up down in turn 1. Well, he's got some cars to pass if he's going to stay undefeated at Homestead. Back for the restart after this.
On another incredible Dateline Tuesday, what you're seeing is a real exorcism. And whether you believe it or not, it's like nothing you've ever seen before. Witness to an exorcism on all new Dateline Tuesday at 10, 9 Central on NBC.
You want power. You want performance. You need the right team. The Comp Cams team. Comp Cams Research and Development is your team, keeping you on the cutting edge of technology and performance. Your Comp Cams quality control team is checking every component to ensure the highest standard. And your Comp Cams customer service team is waiting to address your needs. The right team for you. All you want, all you need. Comp Cams.
Pinpoint 5 weather. The best in the Mid-South is better than ever with the Pinpoint 5 Neighborhood Network.
I'm Dave Brown. For the first time ever, we'll bring you live weather updates from key locations throughout the TV5 viewing area. TV5 and our sponsors think you should know what the weather is and where it is accurately as it's happening. We can't improve the weather, but we can help you prepare for whatever it brings.
Crowley Ridge Technical Institute is proud to sponsor the Weather Center in Forest City. And Prudential Collins Maury Realtors in Cordova is proud to sponsor the Weather Center at TV5.
Ford drives America. And right now, Ford's making it easier for America to drive best-selling Ford trucks. 0% financing has been extended on all 2001 and 2002 Ford trucks, including Ford F-150, Ranger, Super Crew, even Super Duty. Nothing beats 0%, and nothing beats the money you'll save on America's best-selling trucks. See your local Ford dealer today. Hurry! 0% financing ends November 20th.
Come play where the slots pay big. Fitzgerald's Casino.
Off of pit road, 2 tire stops have gotten the Ray Evernham Dodges of Casey Atwood and Bill Elliott the top 2 spots as we work under the 5th caution of the race. Here's our Pepsi race recap. 81-degree day in South Florida as Elliott and Atwood led the field of 43 to the green flag. Lap number 60, Jeff Gordon. Watch this move on Sterling Marlin coming to pit road. Beautiful. Gordon took the spot away from Marlin coming in and left him coming out. It's been tough on pit lane all day. Gordon here getting nicked up when he made contact with Jeff Green. He was 9th at the time. After the little payback bump, he came back down pit road to get the fender fixed. Fell back to 27th. Lap 174. Watch, close call leaving the pit road as Casey Atwood almost collides with Mark Martin. This is another Jeff Gordon close call. Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Hello,
the bumper.
All clear, all clear.
Gordon with a nice save there. Tony Stewart and Kevin Harvick waged a terrific fight for the top spot. 4 laps they ran like this side by side before Stewart finally won out. And here's the most recent caution, only crash of the day. Stacy Compton loses control and hits the turn 1 wall. All the other cautions have been for debris. The main story of the day, not included in those pictures, was an incident at lap 111. Ward Burton was leaving his pit stall right behind Ricky Rudd's car. Casey Atwood came out of his. Atwood and Burton made contact, sending Burton through Ricky Rudd's pit stall where his crew was working on the car. Bobby Burrell and John Bryan, 2 members of Ricky Rudd's crew, were injured. They've been transported to local hospitals. Burrell with a head injury, and Bryan with a left knee injury and a concussion. And those are the latest updates we have on those 2 gentlemen. Our thoughts certainly with them. Ricky Rudd has continued on in the race. Rudd is running in 16th place. Jeff Gordon made a green flag pit stop. Then the caution came out. He is running in 29th, 1 lap down.
And you see that Casey Atwood with those 2 tire stop comes out first. Dave Burns.
Well, I've been talking about these brakes situation here. Ken Schrader had none when he came into pit road, so he said, let's get some brake pads changed. They're looking over the whole system and changing pads.
Schrader behind the wall. No cars out of this race. Mike Wallace in the 12 is on the tail end of the lead lap.
Green.
Hoping for a quick caution if he can stay in front of Casey Atwood.
Car of Johnny Benson in the same situation, and Benson gets on the inside of the 12 car.
Benson in 26th place, Mike Wallace in 25th. Here comes the leader, Casey Atwood, in the 19. So Mike Wallace didn't pay off for him, staying on the track under that caution.
And that pit stop that he made for tires, when he felt like his car was running badly, got to his window, decided to make a pit stop, change 4 tires. That strategy did not work out as well because the caution flag then came out and he caught him a lap down.
That was a lap 219. Wallace made the stop. The caution came out at 224, just 5 laps later. Tony Stewart, Kevin Harvick back together again on the racetrack.
And this is where Tony's, I mean, you know, he's got to go. He's in this traffic. In the meantime, the leaders are stretching out because they have no traffic to deal with. So Tony's got to get by these guys.
Tell you what, Jeff Burton has passed 2 cars on this restart already in the first couple of laps. He's passed Tony Stewart. He's passed Kevin Harvick. And he just moved around the lap car of Jeff Gordon.
But before this last pit stop, I think Jeff's car was faster, but it seemed like after about 10 or 12 laps, his car fell off.
Well, he's making the most of it now.
So we'll see if they made some adjustments that helped that.
How about the 99 car, Matt?
Well, I spoke to Frank Stoddard, Jeff Burton's crew chief. He told me they put 1 pound in the right front, ½ a pound in the right rear. They went up on the track bar and 4 tires to try to help loosen up that 99 car. So far, so good. Jeff says he feels like the car is better. And Tony Stewart says he doesn't like this set of tires versus the last set.
Well, that doesn't sound like a lot of changes, but it is here at Homestead because the cars are very sensitive to change here. So that's a lot of change for the 99 of Jeff Burton.
Harvick and Stewart still fighting it out, this time for 5th and 6th.
But once again, we've seen it takes about 10 laps for Tony to get his car going versus his competition.
Question for you then is, 34 laps to go. By the time he uses 10 of those up to get going, does he have enough time to pass all those cars and get to Casey Atwood for another win?
I don't think he does, because Casey has stretched out a pretty nice distance between him and Tony Stewart right now.
It was 4 seconds the last time by.
Check it out. From Stewart up to the leader, Casey Atwood, 2nd car in the frame. Bill Weber.
Well, Casey having a solid run, as you guys have been talking about. Ray Evernham, his car owner, and Sammy Johnson, crew chief, working with him on the radio. Early in the race, Benny talked about how this team was good at Phoenix. Well, here's why. They came here the week and tested early in the week, found something here that they thought would help them at Phoenix. They went to Phoenix and used that and found some more that they felt would help them here. Ray Evernham said he had a meeting with Casey Atwood on Tuesday and said, we're going to go down to Homestead, we're going to practice well, we're going to win the pole, and we're going to win the race. The only problem was Bill Elliott had the room bugged, and he won the pole.
Yeah. Casey, though, qualifying on the outside of the front row. This is the 2nd time in the race he's led. He was out front earlier from lap 64 to 78. He's trying to put Johnny Benson back a lap down.
That was a good move by Casey Atwood to go on the outside and not try to force the issue and go to the inside.
Earlier in the broadcast, Bill reported on what Ray Evernham had to say about all the rumors on Casey Atwood and his future with the team. Let's hear from Ray himself, his thoughts on Casey Atwood.
Kid's got a lot of talent. Really, I expect him to be good here. He's real good at the flat track stuff, but it takes a lot of time to become a competitive Winston Cup racing. We talked about it the other day. He can go fast. Now he's got to learn how to race, and it's just going to take him some time to do that. And, we just got to be patient and keep getting him seat time until he reaches that point.
Well, exactly. I mean, and that's what Ray's doing. Ray knows that it takes some time to get a rookie up to speed, especially in this series. I think Casey's doing a great job.
The left side of his car is all used up. Did you see that? That must have been from the Ward Burton crash on pit road earlier.
Right.
And Tony Stewart is losing spots. Michael Waltrip got behind the 15 car. His teammate, Bobby Labonte, is now right behind him. He's not going forwards, Tony isn't. He's going backwards.
His car right in the center seems like this is the worst I've seen it all day. He's not rolling through the center and getting on the throttle early like he has been all day long.
And the report we get from Stewart's pit is he does not like the way this set of tires feels on his race car. Stacy Compton involved in the crash that brought out a caution a couple of minutes ago. Dave Burns is with him now.
And I think we have another brake story, Alan. Stacy, is that what put you out? Problems with the brakes?
Yeah, I hate it for the guys in this Kodiak Dodge. We ran good all day, and I was marching away to the front, and brakes had faded a little bit late in the run. I got to running pretty hard with Ward and a couple other cars, got to using them pretty heavy, and stepped on one, went off in the corner and didn't have any, and just lost it. Tried to keep it out of Ward, and around she went, we ended up backing in. I hate it for the guys. We had a good run going, but that's the way it goes sometimes. We'll go get them next week in Atlanta.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, he did walk out himself. He's going to walk away now. He said it was a pretty hard hit, though, about as hard as he ever wants to take.
And Michael Waltrip, the 15 car, the Napa Chevrolet, goes by Kevin Harvick, moves into 5th.
Great day for Mikey. Now let's mention that Ken Schrader has come back onto the track after the brake repairs on his car. He's back in 42nd place, though. Stacy Compton, the only driver out of this race.
Let's go get that 31.
Yes, Keith Barnwell, the spotter, talking to Michael Waltrip. Mikey started the race in 8th place.
99's the only one on 4 tires in front of you, man. You're about a tenth and a half quicker. Come on.
Only top 10 finishes Michael Waltrip has had this season were the 2 races at Daytona. That's it. Best finish here at Homestead, 34th last year.
Well, he may like this place a little bit better after today.
Things are going well. And he is the top running car from the Dale Earnhardt Incorporated stable. Kenny Wallace in 14th, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 15th.
I tell you, somebody better make a pretty serious charge pretty quick, or they're not going to catch Tony, the 19 car of Casey Atwood. And what was that all about?
Boy, that was a big block Tony put on Sterling Marlin.
Here comes Bobby Labonte joining that race. Had to be something more to that than just a block.
Yeah, maybe. Sure, we didn't see all of it.
Sterling bumped him somewhere back along the way.
Man, that Tony, I don't know what Tony's car's doing, but it looks loose to me right now. It is loose.
Wow. How about Bobby Labonte, Marty?
Well, they had an excellent pit stop, and Benny, I have some really, really bad news.
What's that?
Let me show you the clock. 13.82. I have timed it twice off of the video camera that they have. Jeff Chandler has been in this business for 17 years. He is one of the tire changers for Bobby Labonte. He swears that this is the honest truth, and you owe them money this week. 13.82. Come on.
It's under 13.
Under 13. Come on, Benny.
Marty, where have you been?
I'm trying to help out Chandler. He's been doing this for 17 years. The man's retiring. He needs money.
Sorry.
Boy, Tony's got his hands full.
Yes, he does. As Bobby Labonte goes by. Tony Stewart, who has dominated this race, is now back in 9th.
2nd place. Jeff Burton has caught Bill Elliott. The 12 car is Mike Wallace. He's in 26th place, a lap down.
And Jeff Burton tried to drive in on the inside and get by Bill Elliott. Could not quite get it done.
Elliott trying to get up and catch his teammate Casey Atwood, but the youngster is 5 seconds out in front.
From the outside looking in, racing may seem pretty simple. It's a bunch of cars chasing one another around a ring until a man with a black and white flag says it's time to stop. A closer look reveals a bit more. A harmony, if you will, of man, machine, air, asphalt, and luck. A chess game at 200 miles an hour played simultaneously against 40 other people. It's 1,000 different variables whose sole purpose is to get in your way and defeat you. Our drivers handle 999 of them. We take care of the one under the hood.
You're looking at potentially another new NASCAR Winston Cup winner, Casey Atwood. The 21-year-old from Nashville, Tennessee, is 4 seconds out in front of Bill Elliott with just 19 laps to go here at Homestead. Got some great news just a moment ago during the break. An update on Bobby Burrell, one of the injured crewmen from the Robert Yates team, the most seriously injured, it would have appeared at first. He has been reported in serious condition but awake at the hospital up in Miami where he was taken, and that's certainly good news. And we continue to hope for better news as we get further reports. And again, John Bryan, the other injured crewman, the initial report was a left knee injury and concussion. He was taken to a local hospital down here in Homestead for further treatment. Ricky Rudd running in 17th place. Jeff Gordon a lap down in 28th. It will not be championship trophy day today for Jeff Gordon. Trouble, turn 4.
Still green.
Kurt Busch.
Yellow is out. Coming to the yellow.
Well, this is what Tony Stewart wanted to see.
Yes. But there are only 18, 17 laps to go. No doubt he'll pit, but...
And Casey Atwood definitely did not want to see this. Here comes a 10 car trying to get a lap back. He made it.
So put 25 cars on the lead lap now with Johnny Benson coming back into the hunt. What do you do if you're Sammy Johns? Casey Atwood's crew chief.
How many laps left?
There are 17. There'll be 16 when they come back.
Well, I would stay out, but remember what happened to Jeff Green at Rockingham.
Now, this is a very different track, though, right? Surface-wise, well, Rockingham known for grating up the tires.
We're going to know in just a second.
But if everybody comes in behind you on tires, you're done.
There are the first-time winners so far this season. Will Casey Atwood join this list?
He stayed out. Who is coming in?
Nope.
Tony Stewart stayed out.
Wow. Ward Burton's going to come in. Jimmy Spencer, Mark Martin. So everybody back through 17th place stayed out.
How did he get on pit road? I thought Tony had gone by.
Well, maybe use that grass that's there.
Well, that's okay.
That's okay. It's
I don't
fair.
have a problem with that.
All right. These pit stops going to set these drivers back to at least 17th, 18th place in line. And let's cover the Tony Stewart stop with Matt Yoakum.
Remember, Tony Stewart also looking at the bigger picture. He was only 75 points out of second in the standings behind Ricky Rudd, but they decided to pit anyways. He just did not like this set of tires. They were going to go up 1.5 pounds from the pressures they had on the previous stop. No wedge adjustment. The 20 is down and away.
And he loses 2 more spots.
But they've got to start, like Matt said, you got to start with the pressures up higher this time because you've got a shorter distance to race to the end.
How did Tony get to pit road? Let's go back and take a look.
Well, let's see.
Far right side of the screen.
This is it. He decides, they keep talking about it. I think I'm going to the pits.
That was easy. Well, Ray Evernham's 2 teams decided not to pit, Bill. They're leading in the top 2 spots.
And he's up on top of the pit box. Last year you were an announcer part-time, so can you predict what's going to happen here?
No, if I was doing that, I'd probably try and figure out the lottery number is going to be. No, I'm very proud of my guys, my teams. This is something we worked on. Just have to wait and see. Casey's doing a tremendous job, as is Bill. Hopefully we can get a good day for the Dodge dealers, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Ray, this is what you've worked for and what you've looked for.
It is, you know, certainly want it with a lot more consistency, but I really feel good about the direction the team is going and the support, again, that we've been giving to Dodge and UAW, all our sponsors. But, you know, the people stuck with us, and right now my guys and my race teams are doing a great job.
And he told us a few weeks ago when we ran a story in Bristol that if he knew now what he knew then, he probably never would have become a car owner. He compliments all the guys that work with him and that work for him. He says for all one team, But without a doubt, he says the most important man behind him is a woman, his wife, Mary. He said people thought he was crazy when he left three-time Winston Cup champion Jeff Gordon to become a car owner and start a new team. But he said Mary and their son Ray J not only stood behind him, but stood with him, and it provided the strongest support he has needed when people thought he was going to be a miracle worker this season. They thought Ray Evernham might win all 36 races. Now he just wants to win number 34.
He's got the top 2 cars with 14 laps to go. Hey, remember Tony Stewart and that unorthodox entry into the pits?
Is there a foul there?
There's a foul there. They were told in the drivers' meeting about using the access roads in and out. He will have to go to the tail end of the line for the restart.
I'm sure he's thrilled with that.
Yeah. You can imagine. Let's see. He's dominated the event. His car's handling went off. He was losing spots. He wasn't feeling good and had the flu to start the day. Now he's getting penalized. Zippy doesn't look happy either.
Yeah. And that's tough when you've got a car as good as that thing was for 3/4 of the race, and then really you're sitting there and don't really have a chance now.
Yeah. So they're on the 1-to-go lap. As you see that signal being given from the starter stand, the double up begins, and with all of those cars in front of him, that's going to put Stewart even farther behind as he tries to pick his way forward. What about this 21-year-old kid? What do you think?
His eyeballs are about the size of saucers right now.
Casey Atwood trying to get his first NASCAR Winston Cup win. Tell you what, remember last year he came down here when he made those limited number of starts for Ray Evernham, getting his feet wet, and he finished 10th. Qualified 5th in this race a year ago.
Got a good race car. It's just got I'm sure that Ray is talking to him now, but on the other hand, you've got a guy that's got a bunch of experience starting on your rear bumper that wants a win as bad as Casey does. That's Bill Elliott.
And a long dry spell for Bill. Labor Day weekend 1994 was the last time Bill Elliott won a NASCAR Winston Cup race. 13 laps to go. There will be to settle the Pennzoil Freedom 400. Matt Kenseth is the first one a lap down in that yellow 17. He's in 26th place.
Green, green, green.
Top 2 clear the traffic quickly. That's important for them.
Yep. Real important for Bill Elliott.
Oh, Gordon gets nipped by Mike Wallace. Good save. That's his second save of the day.
And that's for position. Mike Wallace stopped to change tires on that caution flag.
Remember, Gordon is back a lap down along with Mike Wallace. So they're racing for a spot, but they're not in contention for a good finish. The 29 and the 40 are racing for a spot. That's Kevin Harvick in the 29, Sterling Marlin and Jeff Green. And Bill Elliott is right there with Casey Atwood. One seeking his first Winston Cup win, one seeking to show he can still get it done at 46 years of age.
Elliott's car looks awfully good down there in 3 and 4, BP.
But I would tell you, I would bet that Ray Evernham is telling those guys, please don't wreck each other. Don't put each other out of the race.
I talked with Bill earlier today. Remember, he got wrecked on the very first lap at Rockingham, an innocent victim when Kyle Petty got tagged by Dale Earnhardt Jr. And he was his usual not overly optimistic self about the day, but Bill, he thought he had a chance.
Yeah, he did. And this morning they were talking about that again. And with both cars on the front row, Casey Atwood told Ray Evernham that if the 2 cars wreck on the first lap, Casey's getting in the ambulance and just telling him, take me home, because I don't want to stop and talk to him.
Yeah.
The last time by, Casey Atwood ran almost a mile per hour faster than Bill Elliott. I don't think Bill could catch him.
Dodges have been a topic of conversation throughout the week here after they pretty much dominated the top spots in qualifying. Dodges have not dominated the race, though. It was pit strategy that got them up front here at the end. Nobody's catching them, but they haven't dominated the day.
Well, know, the only guy that's dominated today really has been Tony Stewart. But if you take him out of the pictures, the Dodgers have been the strong cars. And I think that a lot of that reason is that aerodynamically they've got a good piece right now. Especially they've got a lot of air on the front of their car, which helps at a place like this.
Inside the final 10 laps now, Jeff Burton, the third place car. He's not running the same pace that the front two are. Let's check back on our championship story that we began the day with. Ricky Rudd has soldiered on despite the accident that injured members of his pit crew. He's in 16th place. Jeff Gordon, short pitted, got caught by a caution. He's in 28th, a lap down. There'll be no Winston Cup Trophy ceremony today. It'll go on to Atlanta next Sunday, the Napa 500. And you'll see it beginning at noon Eastern time on NBC. Jason Leffler in that 01 car is running in 10th place. Good day for him. Here's our schedule for next weekend. TNT on Saturday. Winston Cup final practice. We'll also have coverage of the ARCA Series event in Atlanta for you. And that Napa 500 next Sunday. Elliott a 1/10 of a second a lap faster last time by.
Yeah, that time he was a half mile per hour faster than Casey Atwood. And maybe just Billy's trying a different line.
Well, I was just going to say, BP, that, you know, Casey's running in clean air, so maybe Bill's going to have to change his line and get that air on his car to make that car stick a little bit better.
Even if he ends up second, somewhat of a turnaround for Bill Elliott. His last top 10 finish was at Darlington Labor Day weekend. He may not be willing to settle for second, though. Look at this. How can a high line on a track with no banking be faster?
The aerodynamics, just what Wally was talking about, going up there and getting some clean air. See, when he gets behind, he gets the aero push, and he can't drive up behind Casey Atwood.
Casey Atwood was the youngest race winner in the history of the NASCAR Busch Series when he scored a victory in 1999 at Milwaukee. At 21 years of age, he's trying to become a very young winner in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series.
Just under 5 laps to go. Elliott back up once again on that high line, trying to get some fresh air, to get some downforce.
This is 6th place. Dave Blaney trying to get it from Kevin Harvick. Haven't really talked about Blaney a lot all day, but he's been very solid, either at the back end or just outside of the top 10.
And a battle for the lead. Here comes Elliott on the inside.
Got him. Bill Elliott out front. 4 laps to go.
And Ray Everham almost had a heart attack. Just that.
Close that up in a hurry.
I think maybe that Casey moved to the outside a little bit to block Elliott from going up there and open the inside. We'll have to go back and see that.
Last time Bill Elliott led this race was back at lap 59. 200 laps later, he gets back out in front.
See, now that Bill's in front, he's got a pretty strong car, so that air was probably affecting him a little bit, Benny.
Michael Waltrip on the inside of Jeff Burton for 3rd spot.
Great day for Michael and that team, who, after winning the Daytona 500, have not had a whole lot to be excited about this year. What about Bill Elliott? So many times voted the most popular driver in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. He has legions of ardent fans who just have not had much to cheer about for the last 5 or 6 years. Went into the business of being his own team owner. Found out it was a lot to try and chew. Did not have the success he hoped for. Gave it up this year. Went back to work driving for Ray Evernham. Opened the season winning the Bud Pole for the Daytona 500. And things looked like they were going to be great, but they've struggled.
And Michael Waltrip is closing in on Casey Atwood for that 2nd spot.
Well, he sure is. He closed a big gap this last couple of laps. Casey's having a hard time right there in the center. That's where you see Michael close up. He may get him.
flag. We're on the final lap here at Homestead. Waltrip chasing Atwood for second behind Bill Elliott, the race leader.
If Michael can get close enough in 3 and 4, I think he can probably get underneath Casey.
He's there. Michael is there for second.
And he protects the bottom. Waltrip to second. 227 races ago. Bill Elliott took the checkered flag in the Southern 500 at Darlington. He's done it today at Homestead. Elliott is your winner. Motorsports with their first victory, and Bill Elliott with his 41st NASCAR Winston Cup Series win, and boy, is this going to be a popular victory.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, long time coming for Bill, and Ray Evernham has put a lot of effort into this race team.
Attaboy, Bill.
Dave Burns.
I'm going to tell you what, Ray Evernham is a fast man. He sprinted all the way down from the 19-car pit to the 9 pit, and now high fives all around for his entire team. And it's just unbelievable down here. We'll wait and see if we can get a spot at all. I've still got my eye on it, but I tell you what, those are the moves of a 20-year-old, like his driver of the 19 car, not like a 46-year-old, the driver of the 9 car. Let's just jump in here, Ray. Oh, well, let's, get everybody in here. You've got Mike Ford right here, crew chief of the winning car, Ray Evernham owner, Sammy Johns, crew chief of the 19. Okay, Ray, let's start with you. I mean, that was incredible, the last few laps.
How about these two guys? Oh, man, I'm telling you, they've made my life. I'm telling you, it was, you can't ask for a better weekend. They did a great job, both of them. Both of them.
Mike, how does this feel? You know, Bill was trying to break that huge drought.
You know, it's unbelievable. It hasn't really sunk in yet, you know. As a kid, I was a fan of Bill's in high school. You know, it was when he won the million. I was still a kid. I was a fan. You know, to watch him do that burnout right there is incredible.
He didn't do burnouts when you were a kid, though, did he?
No, not at all. You know, I love it. I mean, it's unexplainable right now. I don't know what to say. You know, with the 19 running up there, you know, we had to race him, and that's what it's about right there.
All right, Mike Ford, the crew chief of the winning car, the number 9 of Bill Elliott, doing burnouts, Alan.
He's enjoying it, and rightfully so. It's been a long time. Listen to the crowd screaming for Bill Elliott. This is going to be fun. Been a long time since we've seen a smile that wide on Ray Evernham's face and on Bill Elliott's face. Let's go take a look at how Bill Elliott got the lead from Casey Atwood.
Well, Bill Elliott had been running on the outside going in the corner, and I think Casey might have moved up the racetrack a little bit trying to protect that. No, it looked like Casey just got in the corner and got a little bit loose and had to go up the racetrack to chase it.
Yeah, it looked like he got a little arrow loose right there at the end, Benny.
That came as they were coming to 5 to go. They're setting up victory lane in that chaos. We'll hear from Bill Elliott when we come back to Homestead in a minute.
Tuesday, it's the Frazier 200th celebration.
Congrats. Didn't think you'd last 2 weeks.
4 Fraziers in a row, including the all-new supersized 200th episode.
I felt a chill.
Plus, never-before-seen outtakes.
You know what must have happened? My hot and foamy must have exploded.
The Frazier 200th celebration. It all starts at 8/7 Central, NBC Tuesday.
Come capture the luck of the Irish at Fitzgerald's Casino.
Want to know the real crime facts for a specific neighborhood in the Memphis area? Action News 5 has the answer. It's information you've told us you want. Now we'll show you how to get it. Crime Tracker, Wednesdays and Fridays at 10, only on Action News 5.
To help keep America rolling, here's an important announcement from your local Pontiac dealer.
Until November 18th, Pontiac will offer qualified buyers 0% APR GMAC financing on every new 2001 and 2002 model. Every Grand Am, Grand Prix, Sunfire, Montana, every Aztec, Firebird, and Bonneville. Interest-free financing on every new Pontiac. In a small way, it's our way of saying, let's keep America rolling. See your Greater Memphis area Pontiac dealer for details.
Classic Oak Furniture's anniversary sale is here.
Is this a dream?
Unbeatable values on quality oak furniture at a fraction of the original price. Hurry, at these prices, things will go fast.
Classic Oak, solid American made.
Check this out. Bob here needs a car.
How about a pickup? A black one. With a place for my bike.
Autotrader.com. Over 1.5 million used cars make it the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
Need a loan?
Oh, yeah. Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
NASCAR on NBC continues from Homestead, Florida with the Autotrader.com post-race show. Exciting finish to the Pennzoil Freedom 400. Bill Elliott taking the lead from his teammate Casey Atwood with 5 laps to go to score his 41st NASCAR Winston Cup Series win. Labor Day weekend 1994 was the last time Bill went to victory lane. It was in the Southern 500 at Darlington, driving for Junior Johnson in that 11 car. For Bill Elliott, it's been a long time, a lot of wonders. If at 46 years old he could still get it done. Bill Weber, the answer is yes.
Well, on Veterans Day, one of the most popular veterans in the history of NASCAR Winston Cup racing is in victory lane here at Homestead, Florida. Congratulations. This is the kind of day that you have fun.
Come on, guys, pinch me. It's just like Friday. You know, these guys work hard, and we struggle kind of off and on all day long. And, you know, they never give up on me. And we decided to put 2 tires on, and that really brought my car alive because I was really tight with 4 tires. And I got to Casey, and I didn't think I was ever going to pass him. And I finally got him loose enough down there in 3 and 4 that I was able to drive on by.
If the caution had not come out, could you have caught him?
I'd have never caught him. I was only getting about 1/10 or 2/10 a lap, and there was too many laps left to go.
Bill, last week you told us that when you get to a certain age, some of the weekends aren't as much fun anymore. There were a lot of people that maybe wondered if you would get back to victory lane. Did you ever doubt it?
Well, with Ray and these guys behind me, no, because I'm telling you, I've come down here 2 years, the past 2 years, and I was probably the worst car here, and these guys stood behind me through thick and thin. And I'm going to tell you, Mike Ford and all these boys, Mike, Derek, Kenny, all the boys have done just a hell of a job because, I mean, they're the ones that put the car under me to make this thing work all day long.
How about your car owner?
I got to put a couple of credits in for Ray, too. You know, he believed in me for doing this deal, and I think a lot of people thought he was crazy for picking me, but, you know, it's turned out to be a great relationship. Ray's been great to me, and, you know, I can't say enough about, you know, Dodge and all the folks that's really helped us out, Valvoline, Steel, Coca-Cola, and all the fine people that put this car on the racetrack each and every week. You know, I feel like a sponsor guy here, but, you know, that's a part of what we do. You know, UAW's been a great part of this deal, and, you know, we just got to keep working. We got to get better. You know, we were great here today, and that's what it's all about.
How about your fans, Bill, that have stood with you for so long?
Well, it's been a long dry spell, but, you know, several weeks ago I won on a dirt track. I come here and I won today, so I've learned something.
Congratulations. Welcome home to victory lane. At home in victory lane here in Homestead, and Casey Atwood, his teammate, is in here somewhere.
Casey.
And we'll see if we can find him, but it's a little crazy right here. Alan?
Good luck in that crowd, Bill.
Thanks.
Bells ringing in the Dawsonville Pool Hall. Right, that's the celebration when Bill Elliott wins a race. They rang it a couple of weeks ago when he won that dirt track race. I'll bet it's ringing right now in North Georgia. What a scene. Story of this race today was back at lap number 111. When Ward Burton left his pit stall, he bounced off Casey Atwood and hit 3 members of Ricky Rudd's team as well as a NASCAR official. The 2 members who were most seriously injured, Bobby Burrell and John Bryan, taken to local hospitals. There's another view Burrell awake, listed in serious condition with a head injury. John Bryan, last report, a left knee injury and concussion for him.
And that's where the damage came from, on the left door of Casey Atwood's car. And you can see just those three guys tumbling.
Matt Yokens with Ward Burton.
And Alan, the atmosphere back here at the 29 hauler is very quiet. And Ward, this is the worst nightmare for any driver to have an incident like that on pit road. Do you remember what happened? It happened so fast.
I was pulling out. I know there was one car on the outside of me. I don't know whether somebody came up really quick or what, but whatever. When I came out, we threw me back into the 28. Feel horrible about it.
I know that it's very difficult for you to focus. How do you focus when something like that happens?
Pretty difficult. Kept asking Tommy, see how the guys are doing. Head to the hospital in a few minutes.
Ward Burton very emotional after what took place earlier today. Marty?
Well, Matt, Doug Yates just got a phone call, and what's the latest update from the hospital, Doug?
Well, the latest is Robert is at the hospital with Bobby Burrell, and Bobby is they're taking care of him there. They think he has some head injuries, and they're in touch with Bobby's family, so they know, and they're going to get Bobby's family down here tonight. But he's in good care with the doctors, and I think everything's going to be okay there.
Ricky did not want to talk. Maybe tell us why, and then also tell us how you guys refocused after that.
Well, also John Bryan was hurt too, and he had some leg injuries, and he's at a different hospital. But Ricky, you know, obviously he's pretty shaken up, and I'm sure Ward is too. It's just hey, it's just pit road's tight, and these guys, I commend them because every time they go out there, they put their self in the line of battle, and just an accident. But the guys on the 88 crew, some of the guys came down and helped, and some of the guys on the 31 car came down and helped, and that's the spirit of NASCAR. Everybody pitched in and got through the end of the race. So.
All right, Doug Yates, the head engine builder, and obviously his father owns the race team. Ricky finished 21st today, but at this point that really doesn't seem to matter. Bill?
Thanks, Marty. With Casey Atwood, a third-place finish after a spectacular day on the track.
Yeah, it was a great day. You know, was up front all day. Decided to take two there about 30-something laps to go, and it was going to work. You know, that caution came out, and we were getting really loose. I just couldn't hold them off. But congratulations to Bill. I know it's an awesome feeling for him and awesome feeling for Ray. You know, I was just trying to bring it home 1-2, but I was just getting too loose to hold them off.
And you've been in the rumor mill about what you might be doing next year. Obviously, you showed a lot of talent today.
Well, I hope so. I mean, I like to think I can do all right out there, but I'm not worried about it. I mean, I think I'll be driving for Evernham Motorsports next year, regardless of what car it is, so I'll be looking forward to it.
Casey, tell me about your view of the incident on pit road.
I don't know. I mean, it's awful tight when you're coming off, and you get three wide sometimes, and, you know, I was just coming out on the inside, and I guess Ward was coming out right when I was going by, and we hit, but luckily it hit our car right in the door. It hurt us a little bit, made us tight behind the cars, and I don't know if hopefully it didn't hurt his too bad.
You know about the guys that were hurt down there?
I seen an ambulance down there, but I don't know anything about it.
Okay, well, we'll give you an update on that here in a minute. Congratulations on a great run.
Thank you.
All right, Bill, thank you. Casey Atwood with a third-place run. You heard the emotion in Ward Burton's voice, getting consoled moments ago by his brother Jeff and others. Difficult day.
Very difficult day.
This is Ward Burton with Michael McSwain, Ricky Rudd's crew chief. And Doug Yates, and I, would hate to venture what he's doing, but I'm assuming talking over the incident with him, and he said he was headed to the hospital, maybe finding out where the guys are so he can go visit them. Tough day for Jeff Gordon, Dave.
Well, and Jeff didn't have the kind of day that he wanted to have, and you told us this wasn't over. I guess today was a perfect example, wasn't it?
Yeah, I tell you what, we had a great car. We were marching our way to the front, and we just, I got into a guy on pit road and just messed the left front fender up a little bit. And I'll tell you, just like at Charlotte earlier in May, it just ruined our day. I mean, put us back in the back, we fixed the fender, and the car just never was the same. And it's a shame, because, man, we really had something for him, especially on the long runs. This race turned out pretty crazy. I mean, Stewart was dominating that one part of the race, and I really thought it was his to win, to lose. And And then the Dodgers, got their act back together. They stayed up front all day. They had good track position. I really want to congratulate Ray Evernham, Bill Elliott, and that whole team. I think the world of Ray, and it's great to see him get into victory lane with that thing.
All right, and those fireworks going off in the background, those are the kind that Jeff hopes he hears maybe next week if he can clinch in Atlanta.
He does not want this to go down to New Hampshire in the final race. 305 for Jeff Gordon, and the numbers will change for Atlanta next week. It'll be 185 or better for Gordon to clinch it next week, so odds are pretty good if he doesn't get knocked out in the opening laps. See Sterling Marlin taking fourth away from Dale Jarrett with 2 races to go.
I need a car.
Shopping for a used car will never be the same.
No, a convertible, a red one, with under 15,000 miles.
Welcome to Autotrader.com. With 1.5 million used cars updated daily, it's the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
You couldn't help me with a loan, could you? Can we help you?
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
Here are the final results from today's Pennzoil Freedom 400. Bill Elliott with his first win of 2001.
Michael Waltrip, congratulations, Mikey. A terrific run for you. Dave Blaney back in the 6th position.
Top 10 for Jason Leffler.
Good run for Jason.
And Jeff Green, a 9th place run.
Terry Labonte, one of his best runs of the season. Little bright news there for the 2-time champ.
See the 2 Wallace brothers, 12th and 14th. Earnhardt Jr. fought back from a lap down earlier to finish 15th.
Kyle Petty, 43rd to 16th, and Tony Stewart wound up 19th.
Tough deal.
See, 25 cars finished in the lead lap. Jimmy Johnson, the last car, and Mike Wallace leads the group of cars 1 lap down.
There's Gordon, we just talked to, 28th, a lap down, while Rudd was 21st. Extremely low attrition in this one. Only 1 car of the 43 starters failed to finish. And that was Stacy Compton, who went out with an accident at lap 222. Next weekend, it's on to Atlanta. Starting on Friday with Bud Pole qualifying. You'll see that on TNT at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Saturday, the ARCA Series in their season finale. The ARCA 400 at 1 Eastern Time on TNT, followed by NASCAR Winston Cup final practice. Then next Sunday, it's 12 noon Eastern Time, the Napa 500 on NBC. Maybe then Jeff Gordon will hoist the Champions Trophy. Then again, maybe not. Gravity Games are coming up next here on NBC. All the extreme action you can handle. From Providence, Rhode Island, coming up next here on NBC. Beautiful 80-degree day here in South Florida. Some exciting action on the track. And an extremely popular veteran breaking a very long dry spell and getting his 41st NASCAR Winston Cup Series win. Bill Elliott started the day in the #1 position on the pole while Jeff Gordon looked for the Champions Trophy. Gordon didn't get the big trophy today, but Elliott got his long-awaited win.